Good morning. This is June 4th. This is the Senator Hearing Room, 555 Court Street Northeast in Salem, and this is the Marion County Budget Committee. We will come to order. First item on our agenda is to receive public comment. So we'll open the public hearing for purposes of receiving comment relative to the 2019-20 proposed county budget. Seeing nobody here, staff, we don't have any testimony, mail or phone in or Facebook, and there's nobody signed up, so we will recess the hearing. We'll move right into the comp board and reconvene if people come in to provide testimony. Good morning. And once again, identify yourselves for the record and have at it.
Good morning, Colleen Coons-Chaffins, Business Services Director.
And Brandy Leos, Compensation Board Chair.
And members, you have, staff has distributed this blue covered sheet.
Good morning. This morning we're here for you to consider recommendations for the 2019 Compensation Board in accordance with ORS 204.112. The Marion County Compensation Board meets annually to review and make recommendations for a compensation schedule for the county's elected officers. The board met on March 13th, 2019, and again on April 9th, 2019, to review and discuss the elected officers' compensation and according to county policy, used our comparators, who include Clackamas, Deschutes, Jackson, and Lane counties, as a basis for their recommendations. This item was also presented to the board on their consent agenda in May and forwarded to you for your information and decision. The board is made up of volunteers from our community, and they are Brandy Leos, Senior Human Resources Business Partner at City of Tigard, Mary Beth Allen, Risk Manager, Department of State Police, and Carrie Klosterman, Director of Research and Compensation Services at Cascade Employers Association. I'd like to thank them publicly for their time, effort, and work. Also, several staff, Erin Carney-Bell and Michaela Ionita, helped pull the data together, prepare documents for the board to review and analyze. Now I'll turn it over to Brandy.
Okay, thank you. I believe you received a copy of our memo, and I'll cover some of the highlights from this memo just to go over our process. So as Colleen mentioned, the Compensation Board is governed by ORS 204.112 to review the compensation of elected officials within Marion County. The board is made up of volunteers, as Colleen mentioned, and we are all compensation professionals and have experience in public sector compensation. We have guidelines that govern our work. Those guidelines have been adopted by past compensation boards, and each year they are reviewed to make sure we're still following best practices. Each year, the Compensation Board reviews market data collected by Marion County staff to help us make our decisions related to compensation for elected officials. That data includes information we take into consideration for total compensation, including base salaries, PERS contributions, 401A, 401K, and deferred comp contributions, and other forms of compensation. Like some elected officials get technology incentives or car allowances, things like that. So we took all of those factors into consideration when making our decisions. We also reviewed the cost of living adjustment information for other employee groups within Marion County. After review of the total compensation data for each elected official, the board recommends that the assessor, county clerk commissioners, and district attorney all receive increases. These recommendations reflect the Board of Commissioners' policy to set salary as close to the mean, or 0% differentiation, as possible, and the Compensation Board's consideration of the comparable salaries for each elected position. The Compensation Board heard testimony from some of the elected officials, and we greatly valued their input, both written and verbal, from those elected officials. So about the COLA, we do recommend that the elected officials receive the 2% COLA effective July 1, 2019, which is in alignment with the non-represented employees of the county. And as always, we defer to the Budget Committee to determine what is most appropriate. So I believe you have the blue cover sheet that outlines the recommendations that we have proposed for the various elected officials. Would you like me to go through those individually, or would you like me to answer any questions? Okay. So based on the data that we reviewed for each elected official, so we are, as I mentioned earlier, we're recommending some slight increases for several of the elected officials. So that's the assessor, the county clerk commissioners, district attorney, and a slight increase for justice of the peace. And, sorry, are these the percent numbers that are, these are still correct, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So that's we're recommending a 2.05% increase for assessor, a 2.3% increase for county clerk, a 1.5% increase for commissioner, and district attorney, we're recommending an overall total compensation increase of 6.08%. But the way district attorneys are paid, so they are paid by the state because they are state employees, and then counties provide a supplement, basically. To make that 6.08% increase for district attorney would require a 25% base salary increase on the county's supplement of the district attorney's pay. I know that that sounds like a lot of money. So I just want to share a little bit of information, what we learned about district attorney offices in our comparator counties to help us get to that decision. So Marion County District Attorney's Office has 91 FTE. Clackamas County, which is generally bigger than us, their district attorney has 76. And the other three comparator counties are in the high 40s and low 50s as far as FTE count. So our DA's office is almost twice as big as 3 of our 4 comparators. And it just didn't make sense to us to have our DA be paid lower than counties that have very much smaller offices as far as staffing go. And we're also aware that being in Marion County, where there's a large presence of the state prison system, we just have a different type of caseload than most of those other counties. And so we thought bringing the compensation up a little higher for district attorney. It's still in the median, but it's not exactly the average. So I'd be happy to take any other questions.
Okay, can I ask Jeff or Debbie or somebody a question? What is the portion of the district attorney's salary that the county pays? A percentage of the district attorney's total salary that the county's kick is, do you know?
Mr. Chair, members of the Budget Committee, it's probably easier to do it the other way. The state pays a flat fee for different levels of district attorneys in different counties. Ours gets the highest, which I believe is $120,000 a year.
Okay.
So I believe this adds $44,000 to that
Okay.
figure.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
The state pays $10,232, and then we pay that other supplement, which is about, I think I looked at around 22%-ish.
Okay. I think that's an
That's a
important perspective. This is the state capital, and we do have all of the state buildings, and the law enforcement within the capital, within the prison system, I know is handled by the DA, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a reason for that, and I think it's logical that you would do that, but, okay. Questions or comments about that? Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, thanks. Yes, okay, Dean.
Because of the way this is laid out with the DA, and we're still below the sheriff, correct? Because isn't that the requirement that the sheriff is the highest paid? Or does the state impact that? Is it accumulative, or is it just what Marion County throws into it?
So the sheriff has to be paid higher than their highest paid subordinate. So the DA does not report to the sheriff, so it doesn't play into that.
Well, it seems like we had this question 2 years ago with I thought it was the highest paid within the county. It's only within their system.
just-
That's the
just
clarity.
That is the
structure.
sheriff's position.
Thank you. That's
Right.
what I was trying to, I know that the DA doesn't report to the sheriff, but I was trying to figure out the statute. so-
Sheriff has to be paid more than the undersheriff, and this team made sure that they did that.
I thought it was,
By state statute, it has to be paid $1 more than the undersheriff.
I thought it was our state representative was the highest paid.
That's the truth.
That's a wild dream. I'm sorry, thank you. See that, though, because his undersheriff might be a 30-year career person who's.
Sure. Yeah,
Okay.
no, that makes sense. I just got the statute wrong.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm sorry. And then I have a question before you go on about justice of the peace. That's got to be an hourly range. How does that come out differently? Because the justice's schedule is different? Does it work a 40-hour, 80-hour week?
Right.
Or
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah, we looked at hourly for justice of the peace.
Sure.
And because every justice of the peace in the various counties are going to work different amount of
Good point.
hours.
Yeah,
So
good point.
we bring it down to that lowest common denominator of an hour and make our adjustments that way.
okay, makes sense, thank you. Questions or comments? Okay. And,
96,
Mr. Budget Officer, you built your budget around an assumption that these would be approved. This is already built into your budget, so. It is. Okay. Other questions for Colleen or Randy?
Oh, that's the new one, yeah.
Anything else you'd like to tell us? Okay, you have, yeah.
Just a quick question to John and Jan. These compensation numbers are included in the proposed budget?
Correct.
Okay. So the chair would entertain, well, thank you very much. And Brandy, thank you. I know you're a volunteer, and you and several other volunteers. So when you see them again, thank them on our behalf.
I will. Thank you
Okay.
so much.
Thank you.
And Colleen, thank you too for your work.
Thank you.
Entertain a motion before you?
Are there any other questions for committee members? If not, I would move that the Marion County Budget Committee approve the Marion County Compensation Board's recommendation for the increase in salaries for the elected officials as listed for fiscal year 2019, 2020.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Same sign. Hearing none. The motion carries with our thanks to the comp board. What time is it? We have about 3 more minutes of stuff. You've got we'll sort of stretch this a little bit. You've got a copy of today's agenda. We made some changes, you'll recall, yesterday with regard to taking advantage of some spare time to have some folks present early. So we may be able to work through this agenda very easily if nobody shows up with angry comments about the state trapper. No, I can't imagine anyone would. I'm just thinking.
Hey, Sam,
The state trooper,
since
no,
I'm new, could you give me a little discourse about the state trapper? I
no.
feel like I need to get educated about the importance of this role to our county.
Apparently, all counties don't still have that ability, but here in Marion County, we get a lot of demand, you know, from coyotes to cougars to even bears, et cetera. Well, possums, so anything to get beavers are a big source. And in fact, the state said they're not trapping beavers last year. I kind of threw a little fit because I thought with our change to hazelnut as one of the main crops and how vulnerable they are. I think of my relatives, I'm sorry, down in St. Paul and down in the floodplain, but apparently they let the property owner take care of themselves. But it is a service that people need, ask for, and we're threatening to cut about 10 years ago. And we had quite a number of people in here like, don't do that, and have kept it going
So since. Do we have a county trapper, or
We have someone we can call.
God,
He's a state employee.
state employee, but we have a certain amount of budget set aside to pay for him to help Marion
We
County?
contribute to the cost,
That's great.
$79,000 annually.
Yeah, and I can relate some stories for some of the smaller communities when beavers dam up what end up being storm drainage facilities, and there's a need to trap them and get them out. So a few cities I've worked with have availed themselves of the service provided by the county.
Well, thanks for being the champion.
We send those bad beavers down to Eugene.
I didn't know there was a bad beaver.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to remind Commissioner Brentano that the beaver is a state animal, and people all over the world think of Oregon when they see the picture of the beaver.
If I could get after Jayhawks, I would. That just so you know.
I don't think you've ever seen a jayhawk.
No, it's better to keep it that way.
Well, it is almost 9 o'clock, so we will reopen the hearing to receive public comment. Note for the record that I still don't see anybody here signed up, and we have not received any communication so far. Okay, so we will close the hearing for public comment, and then we'll go right to our action item, general government. Tom, I see you sitting there. Please come forward.
Morning, Chair, Commissioners, and Budget Committee members. I'm Tom Rolfing, the Marion County Assessor, and joining me today is Rachel Estill, Administrative Services Manager. We're here today to request your approval of our fiscal year 2019-20 Assessor's Office budget. The Assessor's Office budget should begin on page 55. The total proposed budget amount is $6,680,603. This proposed budget amount represents a 5.8% increase from our current fiscal year's adopted budget. The total full-time equivalent proposed is 51 employees. Our department staffing numbers have remained unchanged over the last 7 years since 2012 and 13. We did submit decision packages for one appraiser and one cartographer this year, but I understand decision packages, new positions haven't been added. However, we'll continue those discussions. So cartographers, I don't know if cartographers draw our maps and maintain a lot of our GIS data and so forth, which is becoming more important to us. So, like I say, we'll work on that. Let me take a couple minutes to explain briefly what we do as a department of Marion County. The Assessor's Office is comprised of 4 programs. So we have administration, tax collection, cartography, and valuation. The administration program oversees core department business functions such as long and short-term strategic planning, budgeting, payroll, accounts payable and receivable, personnel functions, records maintenance, and general customer inquiries. Administration also assists with manufactured structure title transfers and facilitates the processing of veterans and active duty military, historical, and nonprofit exemptions, as well as senior tax deferrals. The tax collection program is primarily responsible for collecting the property taxes, which then provide the funding for many taxing districts within Marion County, including Marion County. These districts provide essential services through city and governments and county governments and other key agencies such as schools, fire departments, public transit, libraries, parks, water, sewer, and street lighting districts. The cartography program maintains an inventory of all the parcels of land in Marion County, along with the property owners' names, mailing addresses, situs addresses, account numbers, property sizes, and legal descriptions. Partition and subdivision plat maps are reviewed and processed in this program, as well as district annexations and changes from deed recordings. Creation of or changes to taxing districts and the continuous maintenance of district boundaries in individual property and individual property boundaries in our GIS parcel layer are also functions of cartography. The valuation program estimates the values of all the real and business personal property in Marion County. This includes estimating the values of new construction and the reappraisal of existing property through mass appraisal methods. These values create the foundation on which property taxes are calculated. Staff in this program assist taxpayers with questions regarding the valuation of their properties, maintain records of inventory, and determine eligibility for a variety of property tax exemption and deferral programs. Personnel services is increasing again in this proposed budget. John's talked about that in his budget message. Considering that personal services represent most of our budget, this increase has a major impact on our overall department budget. Overall, our department and the high standards of service we provide continue with stable staffing and a department budget that has remained relatively stationary over the past quite a few years now. This has been possible through the development of better valuation models, cross-training, and the distribution of institutional knowledge, continuous evaluation and streamlining of our processes, and making the best of the available technology. To continue with our service levels and to keep our tools relevant so that we can provide the services we do, the high-quality services we do. We make use of current imagery, and we also have a need. So we have a need for current imagery on a regular basis, and currently we still have a need to replace our assessment and taxation system, which is now based on 30-year-old technology. Our need for imagery has been recently met. We have currently early access to the new imagery that's available, and final processing of the imagery mosaic is happening now and should be very nearly complete. That'll make it more available to our current GIS viewers that most people use and see. Our other need, the need to replace our CAMA system, computer-assisted mass appraisal system, we also refer to it as our A&T system, is an IT capital improvement project in this year's Marion County proposed budget. We are currently doing our homework to prepare and be ready should this budget committee approve funding for this project, and I thank you in advance. It's been long awaited. So what are property taxes? Property taxes are the source of revenue for our local districts to meet their fiscal obligations and to provide the essential services which Marion County residents have chosen to provide within their communities. For some taxing districts, property taxes may be all of their annual revenue, and for districts such as Marion County, property taxes are, well, for Marion County specifically, property taxes are most of the general fund, approximately $75 million last year. Please look at the tables at the bottom of page 67 for our key indicators. So we have these key indicators we track every year. The first one, tax account, the total number of property tax accounts. You can see that that number has been increasing pretty steadily. If you look closely, there's actually a pretty significant increase this year. There's developers are starting to create more tax lots. The tax lots have not, developers hadn't developed a whole lot of new tax lots in Marion County for a while. After the downturn, there was quite a few lots available, and the absorption has been slow. Building permits is the next key indicator. You can see it's down slightly from last year. Last year and the prior year were higher than normal. And so that's going a little bit in the opposite direction of the new lots being developed, but there's changes coming. We have large national builders that are purchasing properties in Marion County now. Real market value is the next indicator on the top of page 68. Real market value is estimated to increase about 8% to $50 billion. That's a positive sign. Assessed value of exceptions is the next indicator. Assessed value of exceptions is close to $480 million and down slightly from last year. So the assessed value of exceptions is the assessed value that gets added for those changed properties, new construction, property that has been partitioned, subdivided, and so forth, or properties that come out of an exemption or special assessment program. They get recalculated and considered exceptions. Some exceptions are actually an increase, and some are actually a decrease to the property's maximum assessed value. So that's total exceptions. Next indicator is the assessed value. This is the potential 3% increase in maximum assessed value of unchanged properties and the assessed value increases of exceptions. $26.5 billion this year, up 4.41%. The greatest unknowns each year to our valuations come from the state appraised, the large industrial accounts and utility accounts that we see come in at the end of the year. We don't have that information yet. They let us know of large changes coming, but sometimes there's surprises. The smallest assessed value increase that I can remember was a 0.82% increase in the 2012-13 year, if that adds some perspective. Most of us notice the assessed value change in our own residential properties. Most properties are noticing a 3% annual increase in their assessed values this year. Properties that have changed either legally or physically can experience an assessed value increase of more than 3%. This is evidenced in the assessed value of exception figure above. So the relation to the Marion County Strategic Plan. To tie in the Marion County Strategic Plan goal number 1 of efficient and responsive government, this occurs when we at the Assessor's Office effectively and efficiently implement the property tax statutes of the state of Oregon. This provides revenue to the Marion County General Fund, helping the greater Marion County as one of the many taxing districts to provide efficient, effective, and responsive services throughout the county. Also, by doing our job well, we provide a wealth of information to residences and businesses and other districts to make better business decisions. Regarding legislative changes, the Oregon legislature seems to always have numerous bills proposing changes to the Oregon tax code. Last summer, we were following closely a legislative joint committee for student success. Much of the funding for K-12 schooling comes from property taxes, and assessors expected the legislature to increase property taxes in some way for schools. Instead of using property taxes, they've looked to Oregon businesses for this purpose. There are multiple Senate joint resolutions that would repeal Oregon's property tax limitation measures to the voters. This obviously would take years to implement and a lot of changes to computer systems. So again, I'm happy we're looking towards a more modern computer system that we could adjust for these changes. I do not expect current legislation that would drastically impact the property taxes revenue for Marion County in this fiscal year. However, I do think some real changes will eventually happen and will significantly change the way we tax property in Oregon. Currently, 78% of our properties in Marion County are appraised within our office department goal of a 7-year reappraisal cycle. Keeping accurate values and completing our project to replace our current assessment and taxation system will leave us in a better position to respond to future legislative changes. Thank you, Chair, Commissioners, and Budget Committee. This concludes my presentation. Is there any questions?
You mentioned the 7-year appraisal cycle. I'm curious how much of that is now done with imagery and using building
Imagery speeds up a tremendous amount of the work that we do. We can look at the imagery prior to going out so we know what to expect. Large properties or properties we don't have very good access to, we can have some understanding before going out to the property. It helps tremendously. What was the rest of the question beyond imagery?
Just how often people do physical appraisals versus using the imagery in the building permits?
On our reappraisal cycle, almost all the properties we get to physically. That's what we're trying to do. But we do definitely look at the imagery prior to going out, or if we have questions afterwards. It gives us a good picture of a point in time. And now we have good imagery that is, date certain from 2016, so we know what was there in 2016. Now we'll have date certain imagery for 2019, 3 years later, and we can verify what was there before and now, and understand some change. So it's been extremely helpful.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
Question coming? Mr. Brentano?
Chair, this is, and Tom, this is very minor, but I'm just curious, contracted services, it varies every year by 10 or 20,000, but this year up 40. Is there something, is that imagery, is that something going on?
So we have a tremendous amount of documents in our department, as many do, and we've been working really hard on imaging what we can so we can speed up our processes and make our information more easily shared with other departments or anyone that needs, surveyors and so forth. One of the things that we do, we keep, the clerk's office is the department that keeps the record of deeds. We get those deeds and the ones that we think change the property that for our purposes, and we make little notes on those, right? And for many, many years, we've collected these deeds in deed books, and people find that valuable to help researching their properties, whether they be surveyors or attorneys or our own departments. And so one of the things we're looking into contracting is to help us speed up the scanning of those so we can make those available.
Thank you.
And we had some savings. We actually had some real success with the legislature and got counties included, got counties exempted from recording fees, some of the recording fees that would otherwise have gone into the CAFA funds and other places. So the state had an exemption from these recording fees, and we got the counties exempted. So there's quite a savings to us annually to offset that.
Thanks. Question, comment? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Mr. Burgess, I see you back there. We're about 10 minutes ahead of schedule. Are you ready?
We certainly are. If
All
I
right.
could adjust this chair. Thank you. Bill Burgess, Marion County Clerk, here with Jody Field, who's worked tirelessly to put this budget together and did a lot of research and lots of discussions to get these numbers together. She's hoping not to have to say anything, but she's here because if you have hard questions like when Sam asked that last question about the $20,000, it may be that Jody's going to have to answer that. Now, if I grimace at you, it's not you, at least necessarily. I'm dealing with something called radiculitis, and it is ridiculous, lumbar radiculitis, and I'd rather work at a podium, but we will go forward here. If you turn to page 105 and look at that picture there, your vote counts. And by the way, There are still some people whose vote can still count up to today from the last election if they come take care of their signature. We give people up to 14 days after an election, if their signature's bad, to come. I'm just unashamedly putting a pitch in here. Come and take care of their signature with up to 14 days afterward if we sent them a letter saying that their signature didn't match or they forgot to sign. We even had a former county clerk forgot to sign. And we've had three governors of which we had to question their signatures in the past. So, thank you for your vote counts. The Marion County Clerk promotes democracy, public trust, and confidence in citizen government by conducting fair and open elections and by providing professional services to all customers with dignity and respect. The Marion County Clerk protects property rights through recording ownership and claims on property in real time, thus allowing the functioning of the financial markets because we're able to use equity and securitize that in different ways. The clerk's The clerk's record license provide access to and preserve for posterity those records entrusted for our care. Now that means we've got things back even further than Sam's relatives that we keep track of in the way of mortgages and deeds and all of those types of records. We also do the same for the commissioner's records. Part of when the Oregon Constitution was put together, they decided that it was important to have an independent county clerk to be in charge of those particular types of records. Our goals are, number one, customer service. In fact, our mantra in our office is every customer leaves with a smile. And we do everything we can to make that happen. We're trying to disavow people of the idea that government is cold and distant and make sure that people know that government is us all working together to make this a better place. We also work to streamline business practices and increase efficiency. We're sort of a continuous quality improvement organization, as most departments, maybe all departments are in Marion County. We're always trying to find better ways to make things happen. On the budget snapshot up there, you can see that we're asking for $3,288,844. I hope it's enough. I'm not sure it is, but that's what we're asking for today. It shows there 14.7 FTE. Well, let me tell you, we do not do this work with 14.7 FTE. We've got another 1.5 contract FTE for indexers. And then when we take our temporary and our election board workers, sometimes as many as 100 of them that we distill it down into FTEs, that's another 4 FTE or so. So it actually takes us about 20 FTE, but lots of bodies to make up that FTE to get our jobs done. On page 115, you can find our key accomplishments, and let me just point out a couple of those in there, and if you've got questions, we can talk about it later on. The office administered 3 elections last year, an Almsville recall election in July, a November general election, and the May district election that we're still working on now. The Board of Property Tax Appeals received 95 petitions. A few years ago, we received 800 petitions, so you just never know when you get ready for the Board of Property Tax Appeals what you're going to do. The recording fee, we record those mortgages, deeds, and liens and all. We're on target now to record about 58,000 of those, and I'll talk about this more when we get into the another section. We're on track to do about 2,400 marriage licenses and about 4,200 passports. In our records management section, we found about 3,484 boxes have met their retention dates. So we've sent notices to all the different departments who own those boxes, asking them if we can destroy those rather than just leaving them on the shelves a long time, much longer. It's anticipated that at least 1,200 boxes will be destroyed by the end of this month. We've sessioned in another about almost 1,400 boxes, and we've fielded over 2,000 requests for records or files from archives. The department, when they need something, especially when it's the DA department or sometimes health, we get those records for them right away. We say our standards of 48-hour turnaround time. That's to give us time to do it, but generally we have it done within a few hours. Another big project, we expect to have back index about 34,000 documents from the early 1970s by the end of this year. That's going to make it easier for people to find those particular records. And we continue to work on other back scanning projects. We'd like to get that done faster, but you can only do it at a certain amount when you've only got a certain amount of revenue to do that. We do have what we call the 120 fund or the clerk's fund that we can use, that we fund some of the special projects with that. We do have an FTE in there that I would really like to remove from there. I don't feel it's appropriate to have an FTE in that particular fund. It should be in the general fund. That way we can use more of that money for what it's really intended. It was something that had been done before I came like 15 years ago and it's just stuck, but I just feel that nowadays that it is inappropriately placed. Let's see. Let's go to page 108, 109, licensing and recording. Okay. The document itself, and about the fourth bullet, at the time we anticipated that we would only do about 3,600 passports, but the passport business has spiked up again the past couple months, and so now that number where you see 3,640 should be 4,200. You can see there's 7.5 FTE. Most all the changes we have in the budget have to do with things like PERS and insurance and the 2% COLA and merit increase. I talked about the records coordinator that I would like moved from one department to another, from one budget to another, because I think it makes sense, and it wouldn't endanger us from, in the future, losing some of the funds and opportunity for the things we really need to do. The land records management system, that's the system we use for all the taking in documents, for recording them, for receipting them, for doing the marriage license processes, and receipting passports, and receipting election expenses, everything that we do in our office. It's sort of an end-of-the-life system, not quite as bad as what the assessor's office is dealing with, but it is an old system. It's bulletproof in that it's dependable. That's really neat. But the thing is it doesn't do all the things we would like it to do today. We know that with and so our vendor, who used to be called ACS, Xerox, Conduit, and now their name is called Avenue, same people through all these changes, have offered us an update of our system to a new platform for only $40,000, not the regular 50 or 500,000 or whatever. Same thing that's being put in San Francisco, Sacramento, and is in Solano County right now. And Connie tells me that we could save over 600 hours a year using this in just the marriage license processing alone. So the return on investment would be fast. It would help us reduce mistakes in receipting, reduce mistakes in recording. It could increase our search capacity and gives us some better management metrics. And so if we can find a way to get that done, right now it's out for out years in the CIP, but we would like to get it done now if there's some way we can do that. Let's see. So now let's look a little bit at elections. There's another part there, but I can't read my notes, so I can't tell you what I was going to tell you. So page 110 and 111 is elections. And elections are very interesting there to take care of, as Representative Bowes knows so intimately at the legislature, because so many things happen there that can affect us and what we do. Again, part of the, most of the increase we have in the budget is due to health care PERS, the 2% and merit increases. And I'm really afraid that we may not have budgeted enough in this section now. I was fine a few weeks ago, but I'm not fine anymore. Oregon started automatic voter registration in 2016. This brings to us at least 8,000 to 10,000 new voters every year. Does that mean they vote? No. And some of them do, but not all of them. But it does mean that we need to send a ballot to each one. We need to print a ballot, send a ballot, and we need to pay postage on it going out and pay postage on other mailings that go to these particular voters over and above what we've done before. And this is one area where I think we should look at the idea. Right now we have an M&S cap that we're supposed to keep the same each year. This is one area where I think we should build in an increase, just like we do when we know that there's an increase in rent, because this one ramps up, and also the postage has gone up too. So there is, even though we used a fixed number this year, I don't think it's going to work in the future. With the passage of a bill in 2017, 16-year-olds can now register to vote. Of course, they're not voting yet, but there is a measure that the legislature is looking at to allow 16 and 17-year-olds to vote. The 16 and 17-year-olds say, well, yes, we know we're not mature when it comes to when emotionally laden issues right before us at the time, but cold, hard reasoning, we're mature at 16. So that's part of their argument, that these are cold, hard decisions, and that they're up on the issues so that they can vote for that. But we may see that. If we do see that, that's going to increase our cost for elections, because all of those ballots to all of those people will have to not include federal elections. And so if we have 500 ballot styles for like a primary election, like we many times do, we would then have 1,000 ballot styles. Our association, the Oregon Association of County Clerks, is against this particular bill. Another measure that we think is going to pass is business reply mail, where the state would be picking up the postage for ballots coming back to us. The problem with that is, depending on how it goes, we may have to pay it first and then get reimbursed from the state. Now, we're working on with association and the Secretary of State and USPS on finding a way to get it just billed to the state right away. But otherwise, we're looking at maybe $120,000 a year in postage that we would have to be paying on that if that were to pass. There are also other measures like moving the primary from May to March that could affect us. It could affect cash flow maybe more than the actual amount of what we do. It would also mean that the clerk's office would be working during the holiday season, but you know, we do whatever we need to do. When the Secretary of State was visiting us, Bev Clarno, at our invitation just a few weeks ago when we were doing the logic and accuracy test and had our boards in, one of her staff asked, well, what happens when the electricity goes out? Or what happens when your sorter machine doesn't work and all? That is a big issue for us. We do have a CIP issue to give us generator backup power, but it's not until 2021. If there's some way we could find to move that up to this election's primary, the presidential election primary in 2020, that would really be swell. If we couldn't do that, if we could just move it up to before the November general of 2020, find the funds to do that, that would be good. We've got generators downstairs now. We've got 2 generators, but I think I'm not sure if it's going to require more capacity or reallocation of capacity or whatever, but it's certainly, because we have some machinery that is like 208 volt, three-phase machinery and all, it would take some extra work to get all that done, but we would certainly like to see that. And as we are finishing this May primary, we're preparing for the next May primary election as we speak. As soon as we're done here, I'll be down at the AOC office with other clerks talking about some of the legislative issues and into that. But when we first put this budget together, we knew that we'd have the May primary and maybe another election. Now what we hear from the legislature, we're probably going to have at least 2 other elections this year. We haven't not had a November election since 1991, Connie, my election manager, tells me. And now we're told that we'll probably have at least 1 referendum in January of 2020, care of the legislature, and not just the legislature, but care of bills that have been or will be passed, and then controversy over those bills enough to where we'll probably be dealing with another statewide election there. So I hope you save at least a couple $100,000 in your contingency fund and earmark it for possible use to run another election. The elections actually, these big elections sometimes cost over $500,000 to run, but at least please set some more money aside than what we've got in our budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Questions for the clerk?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Bill, you mentioned 14.7 FTEs, but then you said all the part-time people adds up to 20 FTEs. Why wouldn't we actually budget the total number of FTEs?
We do. We do have we've got some lines for both the temp and the election board workers. They're in the personnel budget. And of course, they're folks that.
So then my question, is that answered on page 110 where it says 5 FTEs? Is that the additional? That's not included in the overall?
No, that's the 5 FTE and 110. Those are the regular employees in that department.
So look on page 120 and you'll see temporary employees.
All right.
Wages.
Thank you, John. Yeah. So no, we don't show the FTEs there. The FTEs are only for our full-time people.
John, what?
Mr. Chair,
What line?
when departments, it's the second line on that page.
Temporary wages?
Yeah. When employees submit their budgets, they have to justify temporary employees. We don't put the numbers in there, but we could get them for you.
So just to clarify then, so the part-time workers that we use during elections that come in, that the clerk is referring to add up to $84,000 in this proposed budget?
No, they add up to there's temporary, one item is temporary, and then there's another one, election board workers. So it's more like, in this case, 144,000. And probably
Okay, there it is.
Those are aspirationally low numbers. We've been able to do that in the past, but I don't think we're going to be able to do that in the future.
You look on that same page,
Shows
Mr.
the actuals.
Chair, election workers are listed, 511,260.
Got it.
line.
Yeah, so the last actual that we had was 17-18 fiscal year, and we spent, between those two categories, just under 120,000, right?
Yeah.
Or 100, yeah, okay, got it.
Yeah.
So we're budgeting, well, then there's a general election, so we're still budgeting more than we have in the past for that.
Yes, and of course, wages have gone up. Most of our election board workers are making minimum wage.
Okay, thank you. Oh, one other question.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I wrote down, I forgot. Do you do renewals for passports or just original?
You bet. We don't charge for renewals. We, as a passport agency, and thank you for bringing that up because we're the best place in the county to get your passport.
Renewed?
Yeah. You can come and renew it too. Bring it in. We will just help you make sure you've got everything on the form, but you're going to send it yourself along with your passport. So you don't have to come to us, but we can look it over for you, and also we've got the forms for you. You can also get the forms online, but we help people with their renewals also.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Other questions? Ms. Wood?
I have a question. At the very beginning, Mr. Clerk, you mentioned that your office helps with financial markets?
Yes.
And with securitization?
Yes.
What was that again? How does that work?
Well, one thing that makes America unique, too, has made America unique, that we've been able to move faster than some other societies. In that, when you record your land record, your mortgage, or your deed, or liens against property, you're then able to take loans on those things. And banks are also, or other entities are able to securitize those, sometimes to the whole country's disadvantage if you think of the crash of about 2007 or 2007.
But our role is just recording deeds, right?
Yeah, our role, but by recording the deeds, before a property or a loan is approved, folks come in and look to see what else is against that property. If indeed we stop recording, and we did have a problem a little bit ago where we were having a hard time indexing and all, it made it harder for people to close on loans in the valley here, and so we can't not operate.
Right. Recording deeds is a fundamental government
Yeah.
function.
Alicia, question or comment?
Bill, I understand the moving parts at the legislature, probably more than anybody up here. But I just really want to hope that next year, I'm not confident in this budget that you put forward to us today.
Huh.
So if you're not confident in it, then that's a problem. So I just I'm just not quite sure how to take some of your remarks.
Okay, and I'm sorry. I'm confident in most of the budget. The only part that I've got questions in is what may happen in the elections area and what we may have to do that, depending on legislation that is still pending that may come out, and the idea that with automatic voter registration, our numbers keep on growing, and we need to be sure that we budget for those increases in the future. Does that make you feel any better, or still?
I appreciate your response.
Other questions? I have just a curiosity question about the way your office works. When you send out ballots to people who are registered, and I see them in the trash can at the post office when I go to pick up my mail, how many times do you send them out before you say, well, that guy obviously isn't voting?
Oh, well.
I mean, is there a way of tracking that, or do you just keep going?
That's a really good question, Mr. Vance. For any election, we only send out one, unless they ask for more, and then we'll keep on sending them out because every time we send a new one out, all the old ones are, because they have a different code on each one, all the other ones are not good. It used to be that after 5 years of inactivity, we would put somebody into what we called, I can't think of the name of it now, but sort of an inactive file, an inactive voter. Mm-hmm. Once they're inactive through 2 general elections, then we would, as an inactive voter, we don't send them anything. Then if nothing happens, they don't move, we don't get a postal change of address thing or anything like that, then after 2 more general elections, we would take them into the canceled status. There's a bill in the legislature now to make it so that we would not do that at 5 years. This Oregon, there was a rule by the Secretary of State extending it to 10 years. But there's also a bill in the legislature saying that we shouldn't take a voter off the rolls due to inactivity. There's been court cases on this in different places too.
You run the risk of gleaning and purging out voters who are willing to vote, but just didn't for some reason. I was just wondering how long you kept going and not getting a response, and say, well, we're going to purge that person from the roll.
Some voters come in 8 years after an election, and they want to vote, and sometimes they've been gone, and sometimes they're not. If they're inactive, we can reactivate them right away up to 8 o'clock on election day.
Perfect. That's a good answer. Thank you, sir. Other final questions for the clerk? Thank you very much. And that wasn't so hard, was it? No. Thank you. Well, here we are. Is it broken? We are scheduled for a break in 10 minutes.
Let's do Cindy in about 2 minutes.
Come on down.
Guess I'll sit in this chair. Well, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Cindy Johnson, and I am the Senior Administrative Services Manager for the Board of Commissioners Office. Our budget information begins on page 73. The proposed budget for the department is $2,947,882. Our department has 1 program and 15 full-time employees. Major function of the board's office. The elected commissioners are the governing body for Marion County and set policy for administration and operations of county government. The board has responsibility for 3 branches of county government: executive, legislative, and quasi-judicial. Functions include setting strategic direction and priorities of the county, adopting the budget, maintaining a quality workforce, enacting ordinances, land use planning, community collaboration, and partnerships, to name a few. The Chief Administrative Officer and Deputy County Administrative Officer assist the board in implementing and administering county policies and functions. Other services include intergovernmental relations, constituent services, public information, and committee and administrative program support. There are no significant changes in our proposed budget. We did have one decision package submitted, and that was denied by the budget officer. It was for a media and communications specialist. There is a 5.5% overall increase in the budget due to increased personnel costs. There are no major changes to our goals and objectives. We do have several important accomplishments this past year. First off, we welcomed Commissioner Willis in January. The commissioner's interests are health, housing, and homelessness. Commissioner Cameron was also reappointed in January, and his focus is on public safety and economic development. And Commissioner Brentano continues working on transportation and solid waste management. We've continued to support Veteran Services Program in Marion County. We assisted in the relocation of their office in April, and they have hired a 3rd service officer to support veterans in the community. In June 2018, the county opened its Emergency Operations Center in response to a do not drink water advisory for vulnerable populations in the Salem area. The county had 84 employees from 9 departments who assisted Salem during that crisis. Water was delivered to homebound customers, coordinated with the city and state officials to open distribution sites, and provided communications and technical assistance to home care and food service providers. I know John alluded to capital projects in his message, but I just wanted to restate that the new public safety building, which consolidated community services program and enforcement division, was opened, and we broke ground on the new juvenile services building, which is expected to open in the fall. The board's office has 3 key indicators: customer service, communication, and organizational and management assessments. I'd like to speak to number 3, organizational and management assessments. The purpose of this indicator is to maximize resources and ensure accountability. This key indicator supports the county's strategic priority for operational efficiency and quality services and falls under board goal number 4, enterprise approach, which is to lead and manage the county business functions more efficiently and effective to enhance accountability and stewardship. There are currently several assessments currently in process. The county is conducting a countywide cultural assessment, which includes focus groups and a survey of all county employees to determine how organizational culture aligns with the county mission and goals. In addition, there's a review of payroll processes underway. And lastly, there's a consultant has been hired to formalize documentation of internal controls as the county prepares for the upcoming annual audit. And unless there's any question, that concludes my presentation.
Questions or comments?
I would just like to make a comment that I appreciate that our budget officer is an equal opportunity denier of, what do they call it, decision packages, that even the commissioners get a big fat no.
We can overrule that, Commissioner. That's why we're here.
That's right. The budget committee can change everything.
As I've been taught, we trust your judgment.
Thank you.
Questions?
Questions or comments? No?
Thank you, Cindy.
Yes, thank you, Cindy.
Oh, she's wanting to leave us too. Can you
Yes.
believe that?
See it.
Were you, what, oh,
Everybody's leaving us.
end of June.
It
Must
is
be
not,
something about the
Oh,
new
good
guy.
for
it is
you.
not me.
As soon as the new guy
I
got
am
here.
not taking the blame for this.
Everybody bailed, you figure it out.
Well,
Thank you, Cindy.
we will
miss
see you then.
Cindy a
Good
lot.
luck.
Thanks, Tom.
Yeah.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Colleen, you just stepped in, and I don't know, business services, that's,
It's a little longer.
it's a
We
little
should
longer,
have
but
some
we can.
coffee first.
We can come
You
back,
wanna- You want to
take
take a?
10 minutes.
Take 10?
Just take
Is
a
it-
break and then go. Yeah.
Okay. That all right with you? Can you spare that out of your busy work schedule? Okay. So we will recess, it's 5 to 10, we'll recess for, what do we set here?
3 minutes.
10 minutes? How about if we
5
come
after.
back at 5 after 10 sharp? And we will recess until that time.
Unless you don't get out.
Yeah, see, I wondered. Well, you're on.
Okay, we will come back to order. Next item on the agenda is, where are we?
Business services.
Central Services.
Business services.
Cindy, you're back up again. Hi. Oh, Colleen, you're going first. Who's in charge here anyway?
Sam is.
Colleen, good to see you.
Morning, Chair Vance, Commissioners and Budget Committee.
Good morning.
Colleen Coons-Chafins, Business Services Director. Happy to be here and present our 2019-20 budget. First, let me acknowledge that this budget is complete because of the work and efforts of my Administration Services Manager, Tracy Fisk, who's not here because she's on a well-deserved vacation. I only hope I can do her justice. Business Services budget begins on page number 89. I love that picture. I hiked there recently. Proposed annual budget is $8,110,685 for 4 programs. Proposed increase is $471,522, or 6.2% over last year. Proposed FTE, no change, is 65, no change from last year. 4 programs within business services. Quick summary is the administration at $671,720. There are 5 FTE there. No change, no material changes in budget other than PERS and other stuff. Facilities management budget of $4,618,490, a 6.4% increase. There are 2 decision packages that were approved, a 5% increase for building maintenance and janitorial supplies at a total of $31,575 to keep cost, really just to keep up with the cost of contracts and materials and goods services. Human resources, a budget of, there are 41 FTE. We did have a decision package that asked for additional FTE, and that was denied. We can talk about that later if you want. Human resources, there are 13 FTE, $1.816 million, $494, a 6.2 increase, and we'll talk a little bit about that later. Risk management, 6 FTE, $1,003,981, a 6.5% increase. No change in FTE. From an accomplishment perspective, on page 97, business services has been busy. For a small department, the transactions alone were over 43,000. That includes invoices, purchase orders, work orders, applications, benefit forms, HR-related forms, and the like. Volunteer services worked over 181 board members and 1,561 unique volunteers who contributed over $3 million in services. 2 annual significant events are Santra Central, which raised over $10,000 for foster care, and Marion Polk Food Share, which raised over $14,000 for the food share community, were coordinated and held as Weeza County came together, and our community raised over $25,000. It was really cool. Our recruitment team processed over 442 recruitments and over 12,000 applications, an increase of 23% and 12% respectively. We switched insurance carriers this past year, which meant every employee had to fill out a new health insurance form, over 2,000 forms in a short period of time, a formidable undertaking for anyone, especially the two people, Kathy and Leslie, who did it seamlessly. We transitioned over to Pacific Source and had no issues, and it just was really seamless. Those two gals did an awesome job. Facilities management teams completed over 11,000 work orders and continue to improve and advance our facility assets. Our facility databases are linked and provide much-needed intel for managing our $189 million portfolio. The maintenance team, who behind the curtain are the wizards, are keeping the entire county running and efficient. Page 98 shows our key indicators. I'll focus on the second. This is my 4th year, and so I'm back now to this particular metric. But we're improving this metric, and it's the ratio of preventive maintenance hours to repair hours, which is in relation to our 3rd goal of providing an enterprise approach that manages the county-owned and leased facilities while focusing on customer service, fiscal responsibility, and industry best practices. We also link to Marion County strategic goal number 1 of operational efficiency and quality service. Provide efficient, effective, and responsive government through stewardship and accountability. Today, we continue to focus on preventive maintenance work orders that reduce our ad hoc breakdowns and repairs. We've aligned our life cycle costing and facility condition analysis to provide an accurate picture of our portfolio and where we've identified opportunities and challenges. Few of the opportunities we have before us are the evidence warehouse. We have some paving projects that's really a cyclical, seasonal thing. We're just getting those off the ground. And the courthouse marble ahead of us is going to be a huge undertaking and project that needs to be dealt with. A few of the challenges, from a challenges perspective, is a county with potential PERS changes and just what's going on down the road. We don't know all that yet. We face a potential tsunami of people leaving with their collective institutional and historical knowledge. Recruitments and applications are markedly up, and working with departments to review applications, perform subject matter reviews, and pick the most viable candidates. Angela Soulsby is our new Human Resources Manager, and she's been doing a great job working with departments and helping them look at their systems, look at her systems and how they align. We're working towards a better onboarding program and upskilling of our emerging leaders in case this tsunami hits. Another challenge is also a risk to our county is our county leave administration. This was one of the decision packages not approved where we asked for one central position to help coordinate and develop a compliant leave administration program that consistently tracks absences and assures compliance with all employer, state, and federal family and medical leave policies. Angela will continue to work with her team and with departments towards a solution. Finally, I'd like to thank my management team, Angela, Justine, Terry, Nola, Larry, and Tracy. By working together, our efforts are paying off. They and their staffs are equally responsible for successfully keeping our county working, as well as pulling off a few major feats this past year. Without them, none of this would be possible. John, you've been a mentor and one of the reasons I came here. Thank you for your service and the seed you have planted. They will live within me. Thank you for your time today. Are there any questions?
Questions for Colleen Dennett?
Yeah, Colleen, you obviously mentioned tsunami of retirements, and is that going to hit all the way across through the county, or is it hitting senior management more than other levels, or what do you anticipate?
I see it as a ripple. I see it all the way across. I think that there's staff, there are line staff who are also looking at this, who are saying is now the time. I think it's not just senior management, and I think we have emerging leaders who are thinking, what are we doing and where are we going? So how do we help fortify that knowledge base, but also I don't think it's just senior management. I think it's just how do we help staff get around it and how do we help prepare for recruitment and upskilling some folks that we're going to need to do.
So does that mean you're going to be using some targeted recruitment efforts to really go after quality talent?
Yes, we will be, and Angela's been working on a program to do that, and I can have Angela come up and address it if you want. Angela?
Yes.
One of the initiatives that we're working on with our recruitment process in order to assist with this kind of the tsunami that Colleen mentioned is we've initiated some process changes in our recruitment. So we're having initial meetings with our manager or hiring manager prior to opening the recruitment. We really want to focus on better advertising, where we're advertising, how we're advertising. Do we need to pay for the advertising to get the best candidates for that position? After the position closes, we're also having kind of a closing meeting with that leader. What are we looking for in the screening of the applications? Some of the positions that we recruit for have over 300 applications for them. It can be very time consuming, and so we're working on structuring those meetings to determine what are the key duties this position is going to be doing, what do you want us to screen for in those applications, and how do you want to receive those applications. So far, we've done that process, kind of a pilot right now, a couple of times, and we've had success filling a very hard-to-fill position. One of those has been with community services, which was probably a recruitment that didn't get successfully filled for 4 different recruitments.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions?
I have a follow-up.
Ms. Willis?
So when you talked about the tsunami, is that something that is happening now, or something that you are forecasting will happen? And if you're forecasting it, what's your timeline? What's your sense of?
We're seeing an uptick in people requesting information. So we have our VOIA representative come in quarterly, if not even more. She's getting a lot. She's booked. When she comes, she's booked because people are asking questions. They're beginning, and she's actually taking bookings in her office because it's so booked. So I think that we're seeing more and more people come to the table and ask more questions about the what-ifs. More people are approaching PERS individually because she doesn't deal with that side of it. So she's recommending they go talk to PERS, so we're seeing that happen. We're getting calls, and Justine can address that if you'd like her to, but her staff are getting calls about those kind of questions every day.
And is that a new uptick, and when did that start?
It is a new uptick. Because normally we would see something in May or June. We see some of those things or somewhere around November, December, but we're seeing consistent. It's been pretty consistent. And people are looking at, what are my years of service? They're asking all those kind of questions. What does this mean? What can I buy back? What can I do? So they're asking all kinds of questions.
And when did it start?
When did
the uptick start? When did you start seeing a bigger volume?
About when you came, that same answer.
Probably. I believe when PERS legislation was actually talking about all these changes is when you could kind of see that uptick.
This session.
This session, yeah.
Mr. Latimer?
Mr. Chair, we have a relatively high number of new department heads, but we also have a fairly high average age in the county. When I leave, that'll go down dramatically. But so you can see the baby boomer group just going through the county pretty quickly. Now, what's really happening is they're watching what the legislature's doing. And it looks like from what that bill they passed, I got out just in time.
Colleen, could you tell me a little bit about how PERS works? So,
You're asking the wrong person.
Easy. As far as years of service and when somebody's thinking about leaving, is there a certain, if I've been here 20 years, that's the right time to go versus 10? How does it vest over time?
Well, part of it is how many years of service you have in. So I'll give you me as an example. I have 18 and a half years in. And so could I buy back 2 years worth of service to get to my 20, or can I buy back the first 6 months? There's certain things you can do. And John can probably even ask, he's going through it, so he probably knows more about that. But there's different things you can do, but you have to ask for an estimate. You have to go ahead and ask PERS for an estimate of what that estimated is, then you can decide what you can or can't do.
And what are the key landmarks? Is it 5, 10, 20? Is that?
Tier 1, Tier 2, and then there's OPSERP, so there's 3 different phases. So Tier 1, they can retire at 58 and or 30 years of service. Tier 2 can retire at 60 or 30 years of service. And then OPSERP is more like it's more open-ended.
It's like a 401k.
It's like a 401k, yeah.
I've just gone through this process. It's very complicated. I tell you, without Stephanie, who's our VOIA consultant, helping me through that process, it would have been very difficult. The other thing they have to do is they have to decide what they're going to do for health care. If they're not eligible for Medicare, as I've been for several years, then they have to decide whether they're going to purchase county insurance or something else. But when you're on Medicare, that process is phenomenal because you've got to decide whether you're going, what kind of Medicare Advantage you're going to purchase and what company, and it's a major process you go through.
Kathy,
And so-
unless, I'm sorry.
So age and which tier you're in really dictates a lot about when you would retire.
Got it.
We're seeing more and more people in the OPSER
Are you tier 2?
Yep.
tier.
You're tier 2. Officer.
Kathy and Leslie are seeing people weekly, daily. I mean, they're just busy answering a lot of these questions and/or they're referring them to Wendy, so.
Got it. Thank you.
Mr. Cameron?
Sure, can you buy back 9.5 years?
Absolutely not.
But I think the editorial comment is, I think the cloudiness of where the legislature's going, and especially those decisions and how they will impact the tier 1 and tier 2 people, are making people think about grabbing before things change, and then just, retiring at 58 and a half, if that's what they've got, because they would rather grab their retirement money that they can and then go out and find something. I mean, it's very complicated, especially for people that have a long tenure.
Well, one of the biggest problems we have is with the sheriff's office because they can retire with 20 years.
That's right.
At 50.
That's right.
And they will go.
Yeah.
So we're going to see a whole lot of people retiring out of the sheriff's office.
Sure.
And
Yep.
clearly, right now, you've got a good economy, low employment rate or unemployment rate, and the challenge of retirees,
Yes.
and then going out and finding candidates who have the skill levels that you really want to recruit for the county. And, those multiple challenges
Yep.
it puts a greater burden on you and the whole department staff to find the best candidates and make the good hiring decisions. It also puts pressure on you for wages and benefits packages as well, which is the real key for the county to provide a competitive package.
And that's the challenge too, Dave, that you bring that up, is only because we are in 2 negotiations right now, and we have 2 more coming up, actually 3 more coming up, and with PERS changes, they're going to be trying to force those changes through those salary increases.
Yeah.
We're, Mr. Chair, we're
Yes.
fairly lucky in one department. In Public Works, we have a young, new management team there, and they should stick around for a while. But I worry about the sheriff's office.
Yeah, the senior leadership isn't all that senior, and yet they've got their time in. Yeah. Well, at some point when we talk to the Public Works folks, I want to find out about those drones that are inspecting the bridges. That triggered me. The other comment I would make is the importance, and you're addressing that, is the importance of new channels of recruitment. Where do you go to find the kinds of people you want to find with a whole different set of media and a whole different set of communication priorities, and so that's a challenge. I think it's a challenge for all employers, but especially a big public employer. It's a problem. Questions or comments? Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for what you do, too.
Mr. Chair, that job is getting tougher all the time because we're seeing so many issues that come around either at the federal level or the state level about how you manage people.
Yes.
And it gets harder all the time.
Yeah. And the sociologists will talk about intergenerational differences and older managers that don't understand the motivation of younger. I mean, it can be as complex as you want to make it.
I haven't got a clue. That's why I'm leaving.
Mr. White, how are you, sir? Nice to see you.
I'm well, thank you.
I must say that Ms. Gregg covered for you yesterday and did a remarkable job.
As she always does.
Identify yourself just for the record.
Chair Vance, Commissioners, members of the Budget Committee, I'm Jeff White, Chief Financial Officer for the Finance Department for Marion County. I would point to that plaque. I presume John talked about that yesterday.
Yes, indeed.
We're very proud of that.
Yeah, as you should be.
Finance Department budget begins on page 195. The Finance Department is responsible for the following major functions: payroll, accounts payable, and accounts receivable, general ledger, purchasing and contracting, budget, annual audit oversight, grant compliance, tax foreclosed property management, and financial reporting. Total proposed department budget is $2.9 million with a total FTE of 20.6 and is accounted for in one program, Central Finance. There is a total increase of just over $231,000, or about 8.4% compared to fiscal year 18-19. Finance Department resources have increased in the administrative charges to support the department expenditures and also in other fund transfers by $50,000. In the past, this transfer has reimbursed the Finance Department for half of the cost of a position that also takes care of the tax foreclosed property management. Due to the increased workload for that employee, specifically in the foreclosed property area, that reimbursement has been increased to cover 100% of the employee cost. The overall increase in the department expenditure budget is primarily due to the increase in three categories. First, personnel services has increased just over $186,000 due to the following primary factors. As you've heard before, increases in PERS and healthcare costs, COLA and merit increases, and a new position that was created in fiscal year 18-19 at the end of the fiscal year. It was only budgeted for a few months. Now for 19-20, you'll see a full year budget for that position. The second category is administrative charges with an increase of almost $31,000 due to the overall increase in central service budgets, as you've heard. Finally, there is a $14,000 increase related to the increased cost of our new audit contract with the new audit firm. There was originally a decision package for $43,000 to cover anticipated audit cost increases. We were able to go through the RFP process and select a new firm and found we only needed about a $14,000 increase. So our decision package was reduced to reflect the actual cost of the new contract. The Finance Department has two key indicators. You can find those on page 202 and 203, one of which I will discuss today. Key indicator number 2, contracts processed in compliance with county policy and procedure. This key indicator supports the Finance Department goal number 1, which you can find those goals on page 195, to streamline and standardize the county's contracting, solicitation, and purchasing process. The focus of this goal is to ensure that the county's contracting process protects the county from unnecessary risk, is efficient and effective, that departments are trained, and that compliance is monitored and reported. This department goal supports the county's strategic plan goal number 1, which is to ensure operational efficiency and quality service. This indicator is to help us track and identify the type of noncompliance found in our review of contracts. For fiscal year 18-19, we are trending at an error rate of approximately 20%, which has been a continuous improving trend of lower rates over the previous years. However, you'll see that we expect the error rate may increase for fiscal year 19-20. The factors affecting that possible increase are several new county contract staff, and also with the beginning of a new biennium, our number of contracts processed will increase, and just by the nature of numbers, that may go up. We've implemented a new internal internship program to try to address that potential increase in errors. That involves new department contract staff coming into our finance department and working with us for a few months to receive training directly from our contract management staff. We've done that with 3 employees now. It's been very successful. We're very happy with the results, as are the departments. We've seen very positive results, and we think that may cause those errors to be less than we project. We hope they will be. We'll be happy if we're wrong about our projections. The challenges faced by finance is primarily related to our software system with Oracle. There are some required upgrades over the next couple of years, reporting services upgrades that we're working through, and being able to make that happen within the timeframes that the software company is providing for us. Finally, you can look at page 195 to see our goals and objectives. There are no new goals to discuss. We have several that we're carrying over from year to year.
but some progress has been made. Goal 3, objective number 2, to develop a more consistent timesheet format across county departments. We've done an audit of all the different formats of time cards and timesheets. Our payroll folks have been working on that for a while and have some recommendations we're going to put forward to make that more consistent. And implement a countywide policy and procedures for grant compliance manual. Ms. Gregg is very close on that. She's put a lot of work into putting that together to have that distributed soon to help our departments on their grant compliance. Thank you for your time. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them now.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jeff, thanks for the great work that you and your department do. Always impresses me. Objective number 5, you stopped there, the finance quick start guide for, I'm more concerned about elected officials. What would that look like to me, the vision for that?
Yeah, well, we talked about, we have yet to implement, but if you go out to our finance webpage, there are tons and tons and tons of documents and rules about how you do things. And for the line staff who needs to come in and figure out how to process accounts payable, that's great. We'd like to develop a much more brief, maybe 5-page document that just kind of explains how you take care of the things that a new department head should know. They don't need to know how to process an invoice all the way through the system, but that there are rules for sign-off and how to find them. So very short document that's just very high level. We like to get something out for new department heads and elected officials to see.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to make a comment. I've been very impressed with the professionalism of your department over the last few months. And I'm new here, and it stood out to me. So thank you for your work.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
I actually,
Yes, David.
I do have one follow-up question. So Colleen was talking about the turnover in employees. To what extent will you be doing training with new employees in the various departments to get them up to speed so that they're following the finance department's processes and you're making sure that you're tracking things appropriately?
Yes, with, excuse me, with each of our individual groups, like accounts payable and accounts receivable, when there's a new employee out in the departments, they'll meet with them to make sure that they understand. But first, generally, the department staff will share their own internal documentation, but our staff will meet with them briefly to make sure they understand our rules, point them to where the procedures are, and they get some of that training via online, the procedures that we've got out there, we'll point them to where to read those. And frankly, our staff are really good about being at the phone and ready to answer questions. They do a lot of training in the midst of the process. People call up, hey, I'm working on this, how do I make it happen? And the accounts payable folks, the payroll folks will answer those questions, point them again to where the documentation is, help them see how to get it done.
So if need be, you'll provide both on-site as well as phone assistance or computerized assistance?
Yes. The contract series is the first time where we've brought people into our department and had them sit with us. We've got a spare cubicle. They'll sit there 3 days a week and get direct training, hands-on. That may be something we look to expand if we need to. In our contracts area, it's so complex and we're having trouble with people not getting all the information that we want to see. So by bringing them right here, it's been great. It might be something we look at to expand.
Okay. And one benefit of that is they get to know the people on the other end of the phone. And
Yes.
so they're not so reluctant to pick it up and call. You know, I was there 2 months ago and we worked a little bit, so would you help me out?
Yep.
Yeah, good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I want to, in the public record, congratulate you for your son's graduation, and you said he's going in the Army. He's reporting for active duty in the medical, in the dental corps.
Yep.
Good for him, and good for you and your wife.
Thank you.
Come on, Scott. You're up.
He looks anxious.
Step right, let's get this over with.
Good morning, Chair Vance and committee members. Scott Emery for the Information Technology Department. Before I get started, I do have to remark that I've worked at both Fortune 100s, the federal level, and the state, and I will say this is one of the best budget processes I've worked in. I work for the great citizens of Marion County and for our board, but I got to tell you, I'm very, very proud to work for John Latimer. Okay, with that, we begin on page 255.
And I must preface that you've already submitted your budget. It's already gone through the review process, so that was a genuine compliment.
I'm trying to avoid saying I'm going to miss John, but I really do admire the wisdom that he has shared with me.
I absolutely agree.
Thank you. So we begin on page 255. The fiscal year 2019-2020 proposed budget for the IT department is a total of $11,653,711, or a 5% increase, with a full-time equivalent staff of 63 people and an increase of 1 headcount over the prior year. The information department consists of 3 programs that include administration on page 260. They set the strategic plan and tactical goals for the department based on guidance from the county's Information Technology and Governments Committee, and is accountable for the management of the budget, contracts, procurement, demand planning, and the 5-year technology roadmap. So we're highly dependent on all the other departments. From the operations perspective, we manage the day-to-day delivery and computing infrastructure consisting of more than 28,000 components, a lot of bits and pieces. They cover everything from telecommunications, data networks, computer information security, disaster recovery, as well as the service desk support of over 1,500 employees for the county. And then finally, the Technology Solutions Group on page 264 assists with sustaining and introducing new technology systems and services to support the diverse needs of the 15 county departments and ensures the over 1,000 software applications owned by the county remain operational. Some of the significant changes as we start to look at page 258 is with regards to the department budget is one in personnel services increases related to merit and fringe benefit increases, as well as an increase associated with a conversion of 1 part-time IT support technician to a full-time position to augment our current 9-person staff that supports 54 different county sites. So it's a lot of different sites for a handful of people to cover. Additionally, in our material and service charges, we have changes that are always driven by 2 key factors. One, in the first case, is while Marion County is fortunate to have a low unemployment rate of around 4.2%, the technology sector for Salem proper is extremely low at 1.3% unemployment rate. And many of the department staff vacancies have gone unfilled, leading us to actually leverage a lot of temporary contractor staff to actually cover our gaps. The cost that we had and we incurred in this year is, if you're looking in and around the material and services, you'll see a significant shift in and around the contracted services. That was done all within the allocations for the department by actually converting vacancy savings to cover our temporary labor. Certainly not a situation we want to be in, but we see that this is going to be an ongoing challenge for the IT department. The second driver in the changes around the material and services is the 8.6% increase in repair and maintenance cost. Technology changes at a rapid pace, and with that change, there's a shift away from one-time capital cost and towards recurring operational expense, and anticipate the trend to continue into the future. Out of the 8 approved decision package, I'm only going to highlight 3. More than happy to answer questions on any of the remaining. But they're pertinent to how what drives the department operation and its efficiency. We had just briefly touched upon the increase around repair and maintenance, and every year the IT department factors in a 3% increase on what we already own as far as what it's going to take to get that support and maintenance whenever we need to have patches and updates from our vendors. But what we've seen is there's been a consolidation in the IT industry, and every time we see an acquisition occur, we immediately see any of those products or services that we own have a sharp increase in price. That, again, we expect to continue. Additionally, tariff increases have been making our technology goods and services more expensive. As an example, this year alone, we were able to avoid over $300,000 in charges by accelerating purchases. So kind of somewhat timing the market, as we've been notified by our vendors that costs are increasing, to do those purchases early to avoid that cost. I had already kind of talked about the move from one-time purchases on capital more towards operating expense. One of the key factors is that it used to be around what we just call maintenance and support, but it's now shifting to a category called subscription services. These are real-time streams of information and updates to our systems that cost more, but they do keep us safer. And again, we see that trend continuing in our industry. With the second item that I'd like to talk about on the decision package is our continued focus on information security. This particular decision package consists of investments in password management, employee self-service password resets, as well as information security awareness and training for all county employees at a cost of $31,680. The best security technology that we can buy can only go so far in protecting the county, and the reality is we need to get our staff at that same level to make sure they understand how to safeguard against our sensitive data and protecting our resources. The third and final decision package is around our end-of-life computing system replacements. This is an ongoing effort. We have a number of pieces of equipment that actually were procured in and before 2013. They're no longer, they're past their useful life and no longer supported by the manufacturer, as well as pose a security risk. So we are working very heavily to actually replace that equipment. As we move to page 256 around the department goals, I will point out one specific goal that I'm really proud of. It's been a lot of work for us, and that is goal number 6 and objective number 2. We have invested very heavily over the course of the last 12 months with respect to skill training, and our teams are excited by it, and it actually breeds a lot of more camaraderie and gets a lot more kind of crossover in all these technology areas. So for us, we believe that we've actually made significant progress on that goal, and that we'll continue with the rest of that set of goals that are unmodified, because those goals are actually completely aligned with IT 5-year roadmap that, again, the IT Governance Committee provides us. On page 267, one key indicator I'd like to highlight, which you may pick up as a reoccurring theme, is indicator number 1 on application management and support. These indicators shows the technology and software licensing used to support the county at all levels, and continues to increase as department expand their reliance on automation. The changes in the application numbers and in costs reflect expanded use, efficiencies, and new business enhancements. While the increase in costs also reflects escalating prices by the vendors, it also reflects more and diverse technology being used here at the county. I think you've already heard some of it, but I'm not sure how aware you may be that we do telemedicine. We also dispense medications, again, through live streaming video to make sure that the patients are taking the medication. You've heard about the drones. We also, not only the drones, Public Works is using robots, and those robots are going in and around all the various under the bridges and tunnels, and it's certainly not something we would have anticipated from an IT department, but the technology is getting very wide and robust. And probably the final one, which is a pretty significant effort underway by the Sheriff's Office, Public Works, as well as Health and Human Services, is the conversion of what used to be what we consider analog radios into digital internet-based radio systems. It's a pretty significant shift for the county, and there's a lot of work in that area. In conclusion, I'd like to thank the Budget Committee for patiently assessing and supporting what can be a difficult decisions and trade-offs in selecting the technology investments. We put forward a lot each year on behalf of the departments, as well as expecting value to be delivered once those investments have been made. At this time, I would like to answer any questions the Budget Committee might have.
Questions?
You just mentioned we do telemedicine, we dispense medicine remotely. Can you tell me a little bit about that program?
Sure.
How much do we do? How many people use it?
Wow, I wish I could share all the stats with that. I think it would probably be best captured by the Health and Human Services Department themselves. Those programs are relatively new. They're two separate programs. Telemedicine is all about the fact that it is very challenging, of course, to get physicians, especially to actually have patients come and visit on site. So we've engaged with third parties to actually work remotely that are scheduled within the Health and Human Services various functions to where they can actually meet with the various citizens of the county and work through even up to the point of giving prescriptions. Separately, there are programs where, in fact, citizens of our community are required to take medication, and there are specific laws and regulations around ensuring they are taking the medication. Simply put, the citizen gets a scheduled time and meets with a department member from Health and Human Services, and they just review and make sure they watch the individual take the medication. As far as the quantities, I really couldn't speak to that. Again, I would have to defer you back to the Health and Human Services Department. But it's kind of on a rise. We've been prospecting for probably about 18 months now, and it's been increasing.
Thank you.
David? Yeah, just very quickly. It looks like you're increasing about 50 or 60 applications per year, and I'm assuming those are new applications, but also applications that you're taking out of service. Would that be correct? Or
that is correct. There's two different categories that are taking place. When you look at our portfolio a little bit later on around our capital improvement projects, we have these very large-scale systems that we're working on as a replacement. They will now cover more functions of a business. So rather than having, say, 20 or 30 individual discrete systems, they're now really being bundled. So those big initiatives will reduce the portfolio size. However, what we're finding is now that more automation and more record keeping is available by simple purchase cards, there's a lot of cloud service engagement by the departments. We've been working through the ITGC, our IT Governance Committee, to make sure those charges are coming through the IT department. So one, we can actually get efficiencies, but we can also see where the need is. So many of these services are relatively inexpensive for us to subscribe to, that subscription model again. I think John mentioned yesterday the safety data sheet. That's one example of where there was a specific purpose that the Business Services Department needed. We're able to go off and find a vendor for a fairly reasonable price and actually prescribe to it. So while I would like to say that perhaps maybe the technology portfolio will go down, it won't be until we actually clear replacing those large-scale systems before we really can start to work in earnest to actually pare the number of applications down even further.
Okay. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Hi, Jane.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Budget Committee. For the record, I'm Jane Vetto, County Counsel. I'll be presenting the Office of Legal Counsel's proposed 2019-2020 budget. Legal Counsel's budget starts on page 315. The total proposed departmental budget is $2,849,371 for 11.8 FTEs. We have two programs in our department, Legal Counsel with 10 FTEs and a proposed budget of $1,812,654, and Law Library with 1.8 FTEs and a proposed budget of $1,036,717. The Legal Counsel program includes the attorneys and staff that provide civil litigation services and legal advice to the county departments and officials as in-house counsel, or if needed through outside retained counsel, and an independent hearings officer who holds administrative hearings on land use, animal control, tow and cable matters, and issues final orders or recommendations to the Board of Commissioners. The Law Library is a reference library available to assist county departments and the legal community, and is also open to the public for any individual to do his or her own legal research. Funding for the Law Library is from a general appropriation to the State Judicial Department that is distributed to counties. At this time, we're not aware of any changes to the anticipated appropriations to the Law Library. There are a couple of changes to this year's proposed Legal Counsel's budget. This year, the budget officer recommended approval of two decision packages for our office. The first is $1,550 for county cell phones and cell phone services for 2 of our attorneys. Our attorneys often work and communicate with clients after hours or when they're out in the field. In the past, we've allowed attorneys to receive a stipend for business use of their personal cell phones. With the change in the Oregon Public Records Law in 2017, however, it's become increasingly important that county business be done on county equipment. So the addition of these phones will allow all of our attorneys to send work emails and text messages exclusively on county equipment. The second decision package is for $20,000 in materials and services to be used for contracted legal services. We have seen a significant increase in labor matters, possibly in part due to last June's U.S. Supreme Court decision in the Janus case. We've also seen an increase in employment-related matters. Additionally, this coming year, we will be renegotiating contracts with 4 of our labor unions. This past year has been extremely busy for our office. Key department accomplishments have included providing numerous trainings to both advisory boards and county departments on topics including public records, public meeting laws, healthcare law, legal implications for use of force by law enforcement, and crisis intervention. Our hearings officer heard approximately 33 land use appeals, and the number of our animal control cases increased over the prior year. Our attorneys represented the county in multiple forums in matters ranging from tort claims to land use to complex tax appeals. This past year, we've resolved several lawsuits against the county through court dismissals, a jury trial, and favorable settlements. We've continued to successfully represent county departments and agencies in numerous proceedings, including habeas corpus petitions, public records appeals, disability hearings, and motion to quash subpoenas. Our advice work is as varied as the different county departments and agencies that we advise. This year, we wanted to include this type of work in one of our key indicators. And so we added a third key indicator, contracts reviewed, which is on page 322 of your book. All county contracts and amendments over $25,000 are reviewed by legal counsel. So in addition to the contracts that we helped draft and negotiate, we reviewed approximately 450 contracts in fiscal year 2018-2019. I think next year we can expect to continue to see an increased workload, particularly in advice work, public records responses, and litigation involving civil rights, personal injury, land use, and employment cases. There are no significant changes to our department goals or objectives. We will continue to provide timely and effective legal advice and services and zealously represent the county in contested matters. Regarding our key indicators, I already spoke about contract review, but I'd like to also briefly highlight our processing of tort claim notices, which is on page 321. Tort claim notices supports our departmental goal of reducing potential liability and the county strategic plan goal number 1 to provide efficient, effective, and responsive government through stewardship and accountability. ORS 30.275 provides that no action from any act or omission of a public body shall be maintained unless notice of a claim is given, and that notice is called a tort claim notice. Since last year, tort claim notices to Marion County have increased significantly. Specifically in 2017-2018, the county received 13 tort claim notices. In 2018-2019, we received about 40, which is 3 times, a huge increase. A majority of claims still comes from the jail or law enforcement activities, but there's been a spike in personal injury and employment claims as well. Not all tort claim notices lead to litigation, but each has to be evaluated, and litigation holds place on records related to the claims. This allows our department to identify potentially high-dollar claims and to better prepare for future litigation. It also helps us identify trends in tort claims and work proactively with departments to provide advice and training to reduce potential liabilities. Before I end my presentation, I'd like to recognize Debbie and Daniel from Finance, who were incredibly helpful to Christy and I as we put together this budget. I also wanted to say thank you to Jan Fritz for all of her help. And finally, we'd like to thank John Latimer. I speak for everyone in legal counsel's office when I say how much we've appreciated your support and guidance, so thank you very much. Does the committee have any questions for me?
Question from you, counsel?
I think you're going to beat
Mr. Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Jane, thanks for the great work you and your staff do to support us. 40 tort claims this year, estimated to end up with 58 before the year's over. That's what it says here. Can you categorize, I don't expect it today, but you can categorize that by department and where those are coming from?
We don't generally do it by department. We do it more by the type of claim, but, you know, we can do that. A lot of tort claims, honestly, are kind of frivolous. I mean, they come from the jail. They come from people who don't get their paper or the breakfast they wanted. Some are a lot more serious. So it just, you know, we identify it more on the level of what they're alleging.
Okay.
And from that end.
So that would be interesting as a follow-up to see if there's some things we could do to at least do some training, et cetera. And then the other question I had was the law library, you said that that's funded from the state. So it's $1 million the state gives us a year to fund the law library?
I think that
I see John smiling, shaking his head.
Yeah, we don't want to start too much on the law library, but I think the law library, that is been kind of, for lack of a better word, savings that they've accumulated. They get a allocation from court filings every year.
It's like 225.
Where did I see that?
Yeah, the charges for service are 300,000.
What page are you?
Page 319.
Okay.
I was looking at the,
Yeah.
oh, I see, that's working capital, that's, okay, all right. So this may be a question for the Chief Administrative Officer, Budget Officer. So the $707,000 net working capital at the law library is locked up for the law library?
No.
Yes.
There is clearly an argument between the fiscal officer and the legal counsel.
Since we're talking about the law library.
Well, excuse me, Mr. Chair, before the attorney interrupts me, I know that there was talk about, at the state level, about converting this to digital. Is there still any?
Every year they present bills to that effect, but they don't get passed. And so this year we are not anticipating any change.
Right.
Mr. Chair, if I might.
Oh, by all means. I'll yield to whoever.
Since my name was used in the debate. We have 3 law libraries in Salem.
How many?
Do we need 3? That's the question I always ask.
Because you got the state.
You got Willamette, the state, and Marion County.
Mr. Chair.
Sounds like a piece of legislation that we need to pass.
If I may.
Yes, sir.
There was some discussion about potentially moving the location of law library to this building. Could you update us on the status of that conversation? I think it's a really interesting and intriguing idea, don't you, John?
No way.
It's intriguing, no.
I vote no.
The hours are all wrong. We really couldn't accommodate them here.
I think our lease is up next fall at our current location, so we'll take a look.
They'd be better situated in the courthouse. If you
I
can
agree with that.
manage to get some space away from the DA and the courts.
It's now down, still down
Business
on
services.
the street across the street from the
From the
hotel.
public library,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, David, did you have a comment? Did I?
No, I'm not going to weigh in on that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Boy.
Where's the state law library? Is it down in Justice?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
this is not an argument just with current legal counsel. I've had this argument for years.
Yes, yeah. It's what we have come to call a familiar argument.
So as we're waiting for next, so there's 3 law libraries. They all have the same books in them?
Of course.
I think
Well,
if I may, Mr. Chair, what's important about
They're also all online.
what's important about the law libraries is their access to some of these search engines where you can actually look up the case law.
Yeah, you want to.
And that can be relatively expensive if you have to purchase that subscription on your own. So I'd say the real value of these law libraries is not necessarily the books, but it's actually the access to the subscription services like LexisNexis and West, yeah.
Mr. Chair, you could put a kiosk in the courthouse, and that would suffice.
Mr. Chair, I mean, as much as I've paid to attorneys, they can certainly afford the subscription.
And I was going to come down on the side of young attorneys just starting out and how valuable
Well,
that
that's
resource
exactly
is.
right. That's exactly
We don't need
right.
any more.
That's exactly right.
Sorry.
My wife.
Gentlemen,
Is your wife
welcome.
an attorney?
Thank you for coming, just in time to stop the fray. And thanks for coming in early. I appreciate that.
We'll see if we can get everybody out of here.
Okay,
for
so
lunch.
identify yourselves for the record and have at it.
Yes. Good morning. Chairman Vance, Vice Chair Cameron, committee members, Mr. Latimer. My name is Brian Nicholas. I'm the Public Works Director. This is my first time addressing the Budget Committee, so this will be an interesting experience for me.
Welcome.
This morning, Dennis Mansfield is presenting with me. Dennis is our Administrative Division Manager.
Hi, Dennis.
All right. So today we'll be talking about the Public Works budget, obviously. There are 14 individual funds in the Public Works budget, so we're going to go through those one by one. We'll review a decision package that we submitted. We'll talk about our key accomplishments for the year, and then talk about program needs and key initiatives that will guide the department in the future. So this is similar to the presentation format you've seen in past years, but we're going to make a slight change. Rather than talking about the 14 funds and then provide an overview, sort of a general overview on some of the budget trends, we're going to take a minute for each of those 14 individual funds and talk a little bit about some of the key drivers that are driving those funds, that are creating changes in how those funds are built and managed, and hopefully give the Budget Committee a little insight into what's driving each of those funds. All right, and feel free to stop and ask questions as we go. All right, the Public Works budget starts on page 331 of the draft budget document. The budget is broken into 5 divisions: administration, engineering, operations, environmental services, and business, building and planning. And that includes an emergency management section as well. As I said, there's 14 funds, 14 programs in the Public Works budget, divided amongst 8 funds. 7 of those programs are within the 130 road funds. The department's proposed budget for the coming fiscal year is $127,300,000. That's up about 3.9% from $122 million in the previous fiscal year. FTE for the department is holding relatively steady. We have added, or we're proposing to add, 1 position, and that position is contained in that decision package that we'll talk about later. And a brief synopsis of the budget structure. All right. Would like to say a little bit about road fund, since that's a little more than 50% of the department budget is in road fund, and a little bit about the health of that. In 2017, House Bill 2017 was passed by the state legislature, and that increased gas tax funding, and the revenue that has been realized from the House Bill 2017 legislation is proceeding as projected, so that's a good sign for the budget. In the coming fiscal year, we're expecting a 4% increase, or about an additional $947,000 to the road fund over fiscal year 18 and 19. And that's a 12% increase, or about $2.65 million over the initial House Bill 2017 budget year of fiscal year 17-18. Overall, the bill is on target to generate, on average, about $7.6 million in additional road funds to the county over the 10-year window. All right, so we're going to dive into each of the 14 funds.
So starting with the Roads and Bridges Operations Program, that starts on page 338. Scott Wilson is our division manager. He just started a couple weeks ago. We've been without a division manager in this area for about 6 months, so we're really excited to have him on board with us. Their proposed budget is $14.8 million. The program maintains 926 miles of paved and 192 miles of gravel roads, along with 147 bridges. They are responsible for pavement maintenance, patching, repair and crack sealing, and bridge maintenance. They self-perform an annual chips and crack seal program. This year we are budgeted to complete 64.5 production miles of chip sealing. They also provide drainage and vegetation services. They maintain approximately 28,000 signs and are responsible for striping and adding pavement markings to the 926 miles of paved roads. We also provide signs and striping services to other local agencies throughout Western Oregon. During the winter season, we have 24-hour-a-day weekday operations for better response time during storm and emergency response, including snow and ice control. Notable changes from the fiscal year 18-19, we are seeing a 9.2% or $1.4 million year-over-year increase in their budget. Secure Rural Schools Title II funding has not been reauthorized for fiscal year 19-20, resulting in an $839,000 revenue reduction. Timber receipts was authorized this year, resulting in a $179,000 revenue increase. $409,000 from the U.S. Department of Transportation under a federal land access program grant, also known as FLAP grants, was budgeted for in fiscal year 18-19, but was delayed by the feds. Thus, we rebudgeted it in fiscal year 19-20. This grant will be used to purchase the rock needed for chip sealing the North Fork Road and Gates Hill in 2020. Unless there is an additional delay, this grant funding will not repeat in fiscal year 2021. Charges for services is decreasing $190,000 due to less vegetation and roads maintenance services that are needed for the various programs, including parks, our service districts, stormwater, and landfill sites. FTE is decreasing 0.1, which is just an allocation transfer to the ferry program. Personnel services is increasing 5.2% or $324,000. This is primarily due to a full year of 8 positions that were added in fiscal year 18-19, but only budgeted for 9 months of the year. It is also related to cost of living adjustments or COLA, STEP, and fringe benefit increases. We are budgeted to complete 64.5 production miles of chip seal this year, which is a reduction of 11.5 miles over prior year, resulting in a reduction of our asphalt budget of $283,000. An accounting change within the roads fund is now showing increased fuel and materials and services expenses related to vehicle and equipment maintenance within the roads program, and is subsequently offset in the shops program. Labor for the repairs and maintenance are located as an expense in the administrative charges category, which is contributing $560,000 of the $692,000 increase. The net impact to the roads fund is 0. The change was made for consistency of practice, as all other programs and funds pay for their fuel and maintenance costs.
All right. So we'll move on to the second program in the budget book. That's the Emergency Management Program. Our County Emergency Manager position has been vacant for a short while, just a few months, and I am happy to report that we have made an offer to Kathleen Silva to be our new County Emergency Manager, and she's accepted that offer. Her target date to start is June 17th. So the proposed budget for the Emergency Management Program is $731.4 thousand. The Emergency Management Program provides response through our Emergency Operations Center to wind, fire, earthquake, floods, and other emergencies. Not only does that group maintain the EOC, but they train the staff, both county internal and external staff, that man the Emergency Operations Center when an emergency contingency happens. And they maintain that liaison through FEMA that makes sure that our operations are compliant with FEMA requirements. They run exercises and trainings for divisions and departments, and were instrumental in last year's response to the Salem water crisis. You'll see in the coming year that the Emergency Management Program will begin to focus more and more on our countywide continuity of operations plans throughout our internal departments, with a focus on continuity of governance capabilities. That's something that, as we began to focus more on a regional emergency response sort of mindset, we didn't fall back and pick up that internal planning to make sure that we are a good partner in that regional approach, and that'll be an area of focus in the coming year. And that group documents for cost recovery all the operations we do that might be FEMA, FHWA eligible or eligible through another emergency program. And that group also manages a very large volunteer corps through a number of different programs, the Emergency Volunteer Center, Volunteer Medical Corps, ARIES, Red Cross, and some other programs like that. So what's changing in emergency management program budget? Well, you will notice a significant decrease in grant revenue to the tune of about $237,000. So in the previous fiscal year, the county received a number of project-specific grants, and those grants will be discontinued, or they'll be done, you know. So an Oregon State Police grant will be expiring, as well as a project-specific grant we have from the Oregon Health Authority, and another one from the Oregon Military Department. So the balancing measures on the budget, we're proposing a general fund contribution increase of about 22% to help balance that budget. But we've also cut our M&S spending plan for that section a little more than 50% to make sure that that fund will balance.
Moving on to the ferry operations program, which is on page 343. This is a division or program is managed by Scott Wilson. Its budget is $2.2 million that we are proposing. The ferry operations program operates and maintains the Wheatland and Buena Vista ferries. The Wheatland ferry carries approximately 300,000 vehicles, bicycles, and pedestrians every year, while the Buena Vista ferry carries approximately 30,000 every year. Operating the ferries also includes dredging rock from the riverbed to ensure the ferries can cross safely, comply with Coast Guard inspections, and conduct a haul out of the boats once every 5 years for hull inspections and maintenance. In fiscal year 1920, there are no planned haul outs for either ferry. Notable changes for fiscal year 18-19. Federal revenues for the ferries are budgeted to decrease $235,000 due to winding down of our multi-phased ferry boat grant program that is enabling us to modernize and add signage for open closure along several roads for both ferries and landing improvements. It also provided funding for specified parts needed for operation of the ferries, which is not repeating in fiscal year 1920 and is the reason for the M&S reduction of 40% or $126,000. FTE is increasing 0.1 due to an allocation change with the roads program, while overall personnel is increasing 10% due to related COLA, STEP, and fringe benefit increases. Moving on to the PW Administrative Services Program, which is on page 345. I'm the division manager for this program. The proposed budget is $21.4 million. $16.8 million of that budget is planned ending fund balance. That's where it is stored, is in this program. This program provides front desk service on our main campus for the department, dispatching services for our road operations division, administrative support, contract support, accounts receivable and payables, analysis, time entry, payroll processing, human resources, and facilities maintenance for the department. It supports 5 special districts for administrative, budget, and accounting needs. And then the department's safety program is also located in administration, which is inclusive of administering, training, incident investigations, and regulatory compliance. Notable changes from fiscal year 18-19. There is a reduction of 2 FTE for department specialists in the administrative program, which have been transferred to the engineering program. The decrease in materials and services is primarily related to the facilities master plan that was budgeted in fiscal year 18-19 and not repeating in fiscal year 19-20 for a reduction of $162,000. Moving on to the SHOPS program, which starts on page 348. I also manage this program. The SHOPS program purchases and maintains approximately 600 vehicles and equipment for the entire county, located in 2 shops. The primary shop is located at the Silverton Road campus, and a satellite shop is at the Public Safety Building off Almsville Highway, so that it's logistically easier for the Sheriff's Office to have their vehicles maintained. Notable changes from fiscal year 18-19. As previously mentioned, and that accounting change with the roads fund has moved fuel and maintenance expenses to the roads program. The impact of the SHOPS program can be seen in admin cost recovery, materials and services, and administrative charges category reductions. And again, it's important to point out that this has a zero net impact to the roads fund. FTE remains unchanged, and the 8.1% increase in personnel is related to COLA, STEP, and fringe benefit increases. Before we continue, is there any questions?
I have a question. I was going to wait till the end, but, sorry, Mr. Chair. The road fund, I was looking for it, and I couldn't find it. Can you tell me how the road fund is split up among these various funds and programs?
Yes, so the, kind of a mix, I'm trying to see if we have it in a, so you have you have the administrative division, which is part of the roads fund. You have the engineering division that's also part of the roads fund, and operations division that's a part of the roads fund. The programs are outlined in each of those. So on page 331, where our budget starts, and it has that, it has our admin services program, our communications, fleet management, and shops in the admin division. Sorry, the fleet management is a separate fund, but the admin, communications, and shops are all roads fund related. Operations, emergency management, ferry, and roads and bridge operations are all in the 130 roads fund, as well as engineering is also in the 130 roads fund. I believe I captured all that.
I think so. Dennis, on page 335 of the budget document, is there a resource line that is predominantly road fund? If the committee wanted to see what the projected road fund revenue is going to be for the coming fiscal year?
That is going to be in a different page. That's going to be page 378 of the budget. That is the resources by fund detail, which has the revenue for 130 roads fund and also the requirements for the roads fund and for all the funds, but it's by fund. And that starts on page 385 for the requirements.
385.
Oh my gosh.
On 378 is the gas tax, the
Yes,
line?
378 will have gas tax about 3/4 of the way down. It's account number 332013. It's the first line underneath intergovernmental state revenues.
And that's the road fund.
Correct.
Got it. Primary source. And on 385. What line is it on 385?
It's just under the bolded intergovernmental state revenue.
Page 378, Commissioner.
Yep, 378.
Oh, sorry. There's not another page. You also mentioned it. 388.
Oh, the requirements start
Yeah.
on, so the expenses start on page
That's just,
385.
okay. Yep, got it.
All
Thank
right.
you.
You good?
Yep, thank you.
Moving on.
Thank you.
In regards to, we'll go to the communications program, which starts on page 350, which is also managed by me. It is a proposed budget of $1.3 million. They maintain our county radio system, our UHF trunk system used by Public Works, our VHF trunk system used by the Sheriff's Office, repeater sites, in-vehicle radios, handheld radios, and microwave links. We have been upgrading the Sheriff's Channels 1 and 3, and we will continue to do so in the fiscal year 1920, and also to the Public Works system. We are also upgrading the facility and power structure at the House Mountain site, which provides vital communications for our Sheriff's Office, Metcom 911 services, and Public Works. Notable changes for fiscal year 18-19. Materials and services is decreasing $483,000, primarily due to budgeted radio purchases for the UHF radio system in fiscal year 18-19 that has been delayed, and a portion of which is being moved to the fleet management program for all mobile radios in fiscal year 19-20. Moving on to the fleet management program, which starts on page 352. This fund is also, program is managed by me. The proposed budget is $3.9 million. This is the county-wide light-duty fleet program, which includes 276 light-duty vehicles and 24 pool vehicles. The SHOPS program is responsible for purchasing and maintaining these vehicles and billing this program for their services. All county departments that require a light-duty vehicle pay a monthly lease rate based on replacement values and current maintenance costs. This year is our largest fleet replacement since the inception of the consolidated fleet program, with a budget of 56 vehicles being replaced, or 20% of the light-duty fleet. Notable changes from fiscal year 18-19. Lease revenues are decreasing 11%, or $199,000. This is due to two primary components, one of which is a fully implemented longevity maintenance rate that decreases the monthly lease rate once a vehicle has reached its term of life, yet scores low enough to stay in the fleet. Additionally, as our fleet is the youngest fleet we've seen since the inception of the program, we are receiving additional surplus revenues for the sale of used vehicles that we are including in the lease rate. When we first started the program, we were seeing an average of about $2,000 per used vehicle, and we're now averaging about $8,000 per used vehicle. Materials and services are increasing 55%, or $275,000, which is primarily due to a one-time purchase of new UHF mobile radios for Public Works light-duty fleet, as previously mentioned. Public Works will pay for these radios via their monthly lease rate for the vehicles. Moving on to the environmental services program.
Wait, before you leave fleet management, you've doubled the contingency fund. What's your thinking behind that?
I would say that we probably had to use, I'd have to look at 18-19's original. We probably used some of the contingency in 18-19, so that probably wasn't the starting contingency.
Okay.
But we usually err to about 10% of operating expenses.
Okay, the logic behind it. Okay, thank you.
Moving on to the environmental services program, which is on page 354. This program is managed by Brian May. Their proposed budget is $42 million. They manage the waste flow and disposal, working with 7 franchised haulers, Cavanta Incorporated, which owns and operates the energy from waste facility, and the Material Resource Recovery Facility, also known as the MRF. They manage leachate from the ash monomfills in North Marion, which generates over 3 million gallons of leachate every year. The leachate is hauled to the Finley Butte landfill for disposal. They manage the North Marion Transfer and Recycling Station and the scale houses at Salem Kaiser Transfer Station and at Cavanta. Manages the Browns Island demo landfill and compost facility and the household hazardous waste facility at the Salem Kaiser Transfer Station. They manage the countywide recycling programs, including the Master Recycler Program and Earthwise Program, just to name a couple of them. Operationally supports 4 special districts in conjunction with the Administrative Division for wastewater and water services. Notable changes from fiscal year 18-19. We are in the middle of negotiating our contract with Cavanta. The contract is set to expire in September 2019. Since negotiations are ongoing, for budgetary purposes, we budgeted as though there was no change to the contract. We continue to see record-breaking volumes at both our transfer stations. As a result, we budgeted a $1 million increase in tipping fee revenues to these sites located in the charges for services category. The Browns Island demolition landfill is actually seeing decreases in volume, which we believe has some contribution to the increases we are seeing at the sites previously mentioned. This is resulting in a $211,000 decrease in tipping fee revenue to this site, also located in the charges for services category. FTE is increasing 1.0 for a scale house operator, which is in a decision package that will be spoken about later. Transfer station contract expenses are increasing $452,000 for disposal charges at the Marion Resource Recovery Facility related to the volume increases previously mentioned. Leachate disposal is budgeted to decrease $505,000 as the pond is at a good level and generation of leachate is being mitigated each year, as the cell is covered in the fall to prevent rainwater from infiltrating into the monofill. Other contracted services is increasing $126,000 to update the solid waste management master plan, which is now 10 years old. Community Services is increasing $100,000 primarily due to a grant program with the Department of Environmental Quality for milk dispensers that will be distributed to several schools within Marion County. This part of a new waste, this is a part of a new waste reduction program to minimize the number of milk containers that are disposed every day in schools. Moving on to the stormwater management program, which is on page 357. This is also managed by Brian May. It has a budget of $2.1 million proposed. It manages the water quality. We have a DEQ-defined stormwater management area, and there's a fee in place to fund this program within the East Salem service districts. They maintain ditches, provide sweeping services, clean catch basins, and work on long-term detention basins to ensure compliance with the stormwater permit as required by DEQ. It also staffs the Water Quality Advisory Board. Notable changes from fiscal year 18-19. FTE remains unchanged. However, personnel services is increasing 6% or $38,000, which is primarily due to 3 budgeted temporary engineering techs during the summertime. Under our new stormwater permit, we are required to have illicit discharge and dry weather monitoring programs, which these positions will help us comply with those requirements. This will continue to be an annual expense. Moving on to County Parks Program, which starts on page 359. This is also managed by Brian May. Their proposed budget is $984,000. They manage and maintain 18 county parks, including 1 camping area at Bear Creek in the North Fork area. We will lose a park this year, Auburn Park, as it is being purchased by the Salem-Keizer School District. They maintain playground equipment and generally improve facilities as the budget allows. They also staff the Parks Commission. Notable changes for fiscal year 18-19. General fund revenue is decreasing 13% or $29,000 due to a couple project requests not being funded this year. However, general fund is budgeted to contribute $200,000 to the Parks Fund, which is more than double the contribution in fiscal year 16-17. This funding pays for a full-time medium equipment operator and several temps during the summer months to help keep our parks well maintained. We really do appreciate the support. Personnel services is increasing 24% or $69,000 due to an increase of 0.72 FTEs in temporary employees, which is allowing for the parks to expand their schedule from June through September to May through October. So the number of temps are not increasing, but how long they are staying has increased by 2 months. Any questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr.
I
Louder.
think to explain the Auburn Park, was purchased with state dollars from the federal government, I think. And we've sold it to the school district, but the dollars are in escrow because we have to use it to purchase another park.
That is correct.
That makes sense. And we're in the process of determining what that new park property purchase will be. So that's a work in progress.
Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
Mr. Cameron.
Thank you. Dennis, I've been saving up my questions, so
Okay.
you want to wait till the end on all these?
Whatever you'd like to do.
Because you've been, the one we just went over, under environmental services, the 1.1 for preliminary engineering Browns Island, is that what we're talking about due to if we have to shut down Covanta? Is that why we would look at that as a transfer station? We have 1.1 in there for preliminary engineering?
That is correct, and it is saying Browns Island conversion, but we're actually stepping back and doing a feasibility study.
Okay,
And,
but that's what that 1.1 is for, is where we would potentially.
It would, but it's correct, where we, and. I actually
Somewhere in the
spoke to a
county,
little
we're
bit
gonna-
about that, yes,
right,
where we
okay.
could have a bigger, or potentially bigger transfer station.
Right, so that would be so we could shove the 27 trucks a day downtown Portland, right? Through the gorge, through the beautiful Columbia Gorge out to Arlington?
Yes.
Because some environmentalists want to shut down Covanta, but they want trucks down, okay.
Yeah,
I just wanted to make that point on the record, that that's
It's
what
a
you're.
dual purpose. Our other 2 transfer stations are so highly utilized, this would also help with taking some of the load off the other 2 transfer stations.
I got a whole bunch more questions, but I'm going to wait, because I'm all fired up now.
All right. Well, we built in a few breaking points because 14 programs is a lot to plow through. So I'll try to finish up the last 4 as quickly as I can. All right. So the next program is the engineering program. That's program 441 in the 130 road fund. The proposed budget is $23.5 million. That's an increase of 15.3% over the prior fiscal year, or about $3.1 million. The engineering program is broken into 4 sections, and 3 of those really dominate this $23 million budget. The engineering design and capital projects section has a proposed budget of $15 million. That group designs and oversees construction of the county, state, and federally funded capital projects, which includes 33 active projects for the coming fiscal year. They execute the county surface management program, including annual paving and slurry seal contracts. They maintain the county's federal certification program, which qualifies the county to self-perform federal aid projects and is a major source of income for the engineering program. The second group in the engineering division is the traffic engineering and transportation planning group. That group has a proposed budget for the coming fiscal year of $6.4 million. The traffic engineering group, they determine the sign and striping needs for public roads. They provide traffic signal design and maintenance in coordination with the city of Salem. They evaluate roadway safety issues like vision horizons and traffic control needs and guardrail improvements. They generate long-range transportation plans and project prioritization. And they generate grant requests and seek other outside funding to support the capital projects program. The third large group in the engineering division is the Land Development, Engineering, and Permits section, also known as LDEP. That group has a proposed budget of $1.2 million. So LDEP regulates private construction activities in the public right-of-way, so that includes private homeowners with county road frontage, private developments, and utilities. They're responsible for calculating our transportation system development charges due to those developments. They review and support land use planning efforts, review development plans for drainage, erosion control, and traffic issues, and they issue permits like overdimensional permit, truck permits, driveway permits, work in the right-of-way, utility, and major construction permits. All right, so what are the major changes from fiscal year 18-19? The proposed budget increase of $3.1 million is really driven almost entirely by a $3.9 million increase in state and federal capital project grants, resulting from 4 large projects that are entering construction this coming fiscal year. They are the Silverton Road Bridge Replacement Project, the Lancaster Drive Maclay Road Signal Replacement Project, the 45th Avenue Urban Upgrades Project, and the Traffic Signal Interconnect Project, which will interconnect all the signals, the county-owned signals, on Lancaster, Silverton, and Corden Road, and tie those back to the city of Salem's Transportation or Traffic Management Center, so the signals can be monitored and optimized by the city of Salem. We'll also be spending down working at capital by about $1.1 million by investing additional funds in our asphalt resurfacing program. And those increases in revenue or resources for the budget are really almost fully offset by increases in capital outlay due to consultant and construction contracts to get those projects done. You'll also see a 10% increase in personnel costs. That is because we have been steadily filling our vacant engineering positions, and for 3 of our 4 sections in engineering, those positions are essentially fully staffed now for the first time in quite a number of years. All right. Moving to the surveyor program, that starts on page 364. It is Fund 320 in the budget. The proposed budget for the surveyor program is $2.9 million. That's an increase of 3.8%, or approximately $107,000. The surveyor program reviews and records surveys for properties, subdivisions, easements, property line adjustments, etc. They maintain about 60,000 survey and road records. They record and research and provide public assistance to developers, property owners, and surveyors that need to research our records. They maintain about 5,000 government corners. They perform right-of-way research and legalizations. And working with our capital projects group, they perform topographic and right-of-way surveys to support our capital projects. All right, so what's changing from fiscal year 18-19 in this fund? Well, charges for services are budgeted to increase about 9% or $50,000 due to a decrease in corner restoration fees of $60,000. I'm sorry, that's a decrease of 9% due to a projected decrease in corner restoration fees of about $60,000, offset by an increase of $10,000 in surveyor fees. This is based on the current fiscal year trends, just projecting those through the coming fiscal year. And you'll also see that personnel services are projected to increase about 10%. This is due primarily to moving a department specialist in to support the survey section, which generated a 0.17 FTE increase, and hiring our county surveyor position, which was vacant for a little over a year. The budget plan includes adding an additional $25,000 or accruing $25,000 in additional funds in the corner fund over the coming fiscal year. The next program is the land use planning program. That begins on page 366 of the budget document. That is Fund 305. The proposed budget for land use planning is $1.2 million. That's an increase of 11.7% over the current fiscal year, or about $128,000. The land use planning program provides planning support for current developments, so that's conditional use permits, floodplain permits, and other permits. They manage the county's flood insurance coordination efforts and maintain flood maps for the county. They maintain and update the county's comprehensive plan and zoning maps. And they provide long-range planning for urban and rural zone code updates, periodic review of those updates. They provide legislative, they coordinate on legislative issues with the Association of Oregon Counties, and they also collaborate with Portland State University in population forecasting. The changes from fiscal year 18-19 in this fund, planning fees are estimated to increase by about 44%, or $100,000, based on current fiscal year trends. The proposed budget also includes an increase in general fund transfers of 5%, or about $27,000. The planning personnel services will increase by about 11%, due largely to market reviews and COLA. And administrative charges are expected to increase 17.4%, and this is primarily due to anticipated increases in legal support needed to support planning activities for the coming year. All right, we're down to our final program, building inspection. This is Fund 330. It begins on page 368 of the budget document. The building inspection program budget is $7.0 million. That's an increase of 8.8%, or about $571,000 over the current fiscal year. The building inspection program is entirely fee supported. They issue building permits, perform inspections for Marion County, as well as 18 of our 20 cities in Marion County. The only cities we don't provide building services for are Salem and Aurora. This group investigates building code violations and of course seek compliance with those codes. They maintain our on-site wastewater permits and inspection program, and as part of our emergency response program, they inspect buildings for safety after flooding, earthquake, and wind damage. Changes from fiscal year 18-19. Building permits are estimated to increase by about 5%, or $150,000, based on current fiscal year trends. Building personnel services is expected to increase 14%, or about $336,000 due to market review adjustments and COLA. And the funding budget is balanced through utilization of working net capital. All right. That's a review of all 14 programs in the Public Works budget. Let's take a moment here and pause for any additional questions.
I have a few.
My turn? Yep. Yes, Mr. Wilson.
In the engineering section, you have a list of some of the capital outlay for 2019 and 2020. But we talked about putting rumble strips on Ellen Road.
Yes.
I didn't see that listed here. Is it listed under a different name?
It is. So there are two rumble strip projects. So we are looking at page 363 in the budget document.
Yeah.
And this gives you a list of all 33 capital projects that are in the engineering budget for the coming fiscal year. Item number 4, all roads, transportation safety, transition rumble strips. That's a $50,000 project. That is one of the two. And then,
Number 9, no, that's 9, that's Corden Road, rumble strips.
oh, yep, number 9 is the other one. So number 9 is the other one, Corden Road rumble strips, that's a $20,000 project. Those two are the two projects that we've used over the current fiscal year and coming into the upcoming fiscal year to install rumble strips throughout the county. There is another round of arts coming, and the county has several roads that are on the eligible list. So that's something that isn't in the budget for the coming fiscal year. It's probably a project that comes along after that.
So we were talking about a project happening, I think it's happening like right now, up in North County. Is that one of these?
It is. That one is, yeah, the one in North County, that's item number 4 in the budget.
Okay.
The total project is much bigger than that 50,000. It's just, it'll be $50,000 in expenditure in the coming fiscal year to finish that project.
Okay.
Yep.
And then
All in all, arts, we spent close to $1 million in federal and state funds to complete those programs.
Okay, thank you. My second question has to do with permitting. We had talked about having like a permitting ombudsman to help developers through the permitting process. But I didn't see that in here. Is that part of your plans for this upcoming year? And if not, can we make it part of your plans?
That position is not part of this budget plan for the coming fiscal year. We weren't quite ready to get there. And there's some discussions to be had about where those funds would come from to support that position. So given the timing of the discussions, we didn't include it in this budget plan.
So I think that's a really important position to have. So I'd like to have that discussion or sort of put that on the front burner, if not right now, you know, in a first supplemental. I just feel like that's a very important thing. Do you have any sense on what it would take to get a position like that?
In terms of what the budget cost might be?
And timing and like what do we need to do to make that a reality so that we can start hiring for that person?
Well, it'd definitely be an add delete for a new position. It's not something that resides in the Building and Planning Division right now, that role. And we're fairly fully staffed. There's not somebody that we could move into that position. So it feels to me like an add delete of a position. And we actually haven't put together the budget plan for that, for what that new position would require.
And how long would that take you to do?
Oh, not long.
We would have to work with HR for job classifications. I don't know if one exists.
No, one doesn't. We have to, yeah, we'd start from scratch in creating that position.
It's like a month, 2 months? What's the?
So, Mr. Chair.
Can we talk about that a little bit? What is that position?
Well, Jan has,
Jan?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Budget Committee members, it's probably not an add delete. What I hear you asking for is a new classification that we would create through HR. It'd probably take 3 months or so to get through the process, but it could be very easily a first supplemental budget item.
So, Mr. Chair, I
Yes,
think
yes,
this
Ms.
is,
Kemp.
this was part of a discussion we had as a work session when you brought your crew, your leaders in, and we talked about new systems for going through planning, et cetera, permits and all that. And this was a position that we potentially would have that people could meet with. And I think we're a little premature there in that we haven't seen the final plan or system that you presented to us. You were giving us the outline of what you were talking about. I think that's what you're referring to, Commissioner, and having a position that would help lead people through that process.
Cool.
So that plan, I don't think is finalized or done yet.
well, and I think because things take some time in government, as I'm discovering, I just want to make sure that if we want to hire somebody in like 6 months, that we've done everything that we need to do to make that happen. I don't want to be in a situation where, you know, we start the process 6 months from now, and then a year from now, maybe sometime we've done the interviews, and then, anyway. So the sooner that we can get the ball rolling, I think, the better.
That is if we need to hire somebody. There may be somebody within the system already when you redo it that can handle that, too. We just need to see that.
Yeah, that could be. You know, it's one of those roles where, as we've discussed, that person needs to be, really customer focused with insights into how county processes work so they can help people through that process. So it could very well be an internal candidate. Like Commissioner Cameron mentioned, we haven't put the full plan together yet, but it is a ball that we can start rolling so that when it comes time.
I'd appreciate that.
Yes.
Thank you.
We can work with them from HR perspective during the summer. to get it. When you're ready with the program, we'll have the classification ready as well.
Okay, thank you.
We do that through the budget process in a budget note, or they have to decide whether they even need a new position once they've defined it?
I
So
think
there's a lot
they're
of
working on the
mechanics.
plan. We'll work with them from an HR perspective, get a classification.
Okay, that's right, okay, good. But they have to keep us on track. Yeah, okay. Mr.
Yep,
Cameron?
Are you done?
You're good?
Yeah, I had 3 questions that I'm gonna just, 51,000 for environmental services crew leader vehicle. I want that guy. Wait, what kind of vehicle are we buying him?
I believe it's an F-350 that was able to haul equipment. So we have our mowers and et cetera that we've got to move in between the different sites to mow those areas. So it's to be able to pull larger equipment.
Air conditioning, leather seats. It's like driving a Cadillac, I know. Nicer than my car.
And with the crew cab that's able to carry the whole crew.
Yeah, okay. You already answered my Browns Island. Page 338, there was a charges for services. I think you said why that went down under roads, right? Because you're not doing as much
Correct.
Outside work for other people?
Yes, outside work for other agencies as well as just internal, but within our department, but to different funds. So more and more like the parks and solid waste group is actually managing their own, where in the past, our roads program would help with those.
And you just charge them?
Correct.
They would be basically paying you back?
Correct.
So where is it when when you put a commissioner on the striper and we go into another county and stripe for them, where is that income show?
That's in the charges
Disaster.
for
It's
services.
called disaster? No, where is that? Is that a?
Charges for services, yeah.
So that would be in this line here?
Yes, correct.
So we're still doing that. This is just more internal work, right?
Correct.
Okay. Disaster, true. And then page 368, where was I there? That was 3, are those water specialists, are those the sewer people? Or I mean the septic inspectors, page, where did I see that? Wastewater specialists, 3 of them. On-site wastewater specialists, down at the
Yes,
bottom of the.
that is our septic program.
Right, so do we have all 3 of those positions filled now?
Not currently, we have 1 vacancy that we're trying to
Okay.
fill.
And then, has there been any follow-up or discussions with the health department to do some of that crossover in the springtime, like we talked about? Okay,
There has been, yes.
thank you.
Mr. Brentano? Okay.
If I could, yes, Chair Vance. Yeah, you know it's coming. But what are you gonna do? I've been nagging for 15 years. I'm trying to get one thing done in this time. It's not on the list yet, even though I know you've told me different things. It's the most poorest rated bridge in Marion County. You think I'm kidding, but I'm truly not now.
I thought we were talking about mosquitoes.
This isn't mosquito time. They're in
This
their-
is the bridge you thought was okay.
So, tell me, please, where Scotts Mills is and how it can be done in a year and a half.
So last year, the county submitted for 5 bridge replacement projects through the ODOT local bridge funding program. We got all 5, and the number 1 rated bridge on that replacement list was the Scotts Mills Bridge. So that is a federal fiscal year 21 to 23 biennium. However, ODOT has asked local agencies up there ODOT is interested in getting federal dollars obligated, and they're willing to advance some of those bridges. So they've asked local agencies if there are any bridges that they would like to advance and start design in the coming fiscal year. We've said yes. There are 2 that we'd like to start on, and the Scotts Mills Bridge is one of them. The reason why it's not in the budget plan is we don't know when ODOT is going to make that determination. It'll probably be a supplemental
Just
item.
following ahead or thinking through that, it seems like, is there some preliminary stuff we could do to heighten that possibility of getting that going? And essentially the old shovel-ready stuff you hear about and just be ready to go?
Any work that we do right now is non-compensable, so it'd be on our dime. So
Never
there's a
mind.
disadvantage there. However, we can definitely talk with, that list of the bridges that are going to be advanced, it hasn't come out yet. But as soon as it is, we know who at ODOT to talk to
All
get
right,
that process
anything we
started.
could do, I certainly would appreciate it. Number 2, and I know you've told me this story back and forth, but Silverton Road Bridge, it was on, now it's off, and now it looks like it's back on again in this year.
Yes. That is because, Silverton Road Bridge, the plan is to close Silverton Road for an accelerated bridge construction project. So we would close the road. If we were to build the bridge in 2 stages and try to keep the road open, the project would be about 14 months long. However, we believe we can shorten that to about 7 months by just flat out closing the road and detouring traffic around the site. The design is progressing, and we're in the right-of-way acquisition process right now. The plan is to bid the project in November, and the reason why you see such a large budget number here in the coming fiscal year is a lot of the cost of that bridge is in the foundations and procuring the precast concrete girders. This is a big, big bridge. Those are the kind of costs that are coming in the coming fiscal year. There'll be the budget will finish in the following fiscal year.
So when do you anticipate closing and starting real work then?
During the month of March.
March
of
this.
2020.
Okay.
Yep, and we're scheduled to close it for 7 months so we can get out of there well before Thanksgiving.
All right, thank you.
Sir.
Okay. David, you have?
I always ask a question, Brian, about pavement index as well as how many road miles are you paving or planning to pave during the year, and where is that in comparison to where the county should be?
Right. That is actually the key indicator that I want to address.
I saw that. Okay.
Yes. So we'll address that in just a moment.
Okay. Any further questions before we move on?
Mr. Chair, might I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
How much money do we get from Polk and Yamhill County to help offset the costs of the ferries that go to those counties?
Or the Independence Bridge while you're talking.
So we receive no monies from Polk County. We share with the Oregon Department of Transportation with that, which is with the Buena Vista Ferry for 50% of the net costs. We also, at the Yamhill, the agreement is set up to, I forget the exact percentage, 25% roughly, but it's maxed out at about $54,000 of the net cost to that ferry. And it increases every year, like on a CPI scale. So if it's $54,000 this year, it'll continually increase as to what their max.
How many people in Yamhill County use that ferry?
Can we, Mr. Chair, can we check driver's license and charge more for the people coming from Yamhill? How much do we just spend on dredging?
It depends. This year I haven't actually seen the cost, but I'm sure it was pretty,
well over $50,000
yes,
just to dredge the thing.
Correct. So, and actually we'll probably in the next, and by the end of this year, we'll have come forward to you with a potential for a price increase at the Wheatland Ferry. We only charge $2 for a regular standard vehicle. I mean, we have other rates, but that's the standard rate is $2. The Buena Vista Ferry charges $3, while the Canby Ferry charges $5. So.
And can we get a discount if you're a Marion County citizen?
I'm sure we can.
Yeah. So, on a serious question, Commissioner just whispered, can we renegotiate with Yamhill? What kind of leverage do we have there? What's our contract look like?
Yes, we could definitely cross that bridge.
There is no bridge.
There is no bridge.
There is. We go further north and go on that bridge. Cross that ferry with them. But yes, we could have that conversation with them.
If I could, we talked about it 10, 12 years ago, and then because of other things, have just kind of let it go, but it's time to take a look at it again.
I would say this, the Wheatland Ferry has enough volume going across it that, based on our analysis, our preliminary analysis, just increasing it $1 per rider, and even with a 5% reduction of ridership because of that increase, which you kind of see when you first make an increase, we would actually break even, and Yamhill wouldn't need to, unless there's, a major dredging event, there would be a component of that. But overall, in a normal year, we're pretty close to break even if we did actually that increase. So that's what I'll be bringing forward to soon.
And Dennis, when you say break even, you mean revenue that's generated is enough to pay
for the operation expenses of that ferry.
And it looks like with the bridges, or the ferries, you're getting 30% federal, 30% state, and 30% charges for service. Is that about?
No, so the federal is strictly grant program. We don't get
there's no
federal money just to operate the ferries. Okay. The state money that you see is for the 50-50 share with the ODOT for the BV ferry. So that is I would say a losing ferry. It's just there's not enough ridership. And so Oregon Department of Transportation, and then the offset to that budget is our gas tax that we fund from the county.
All right.
Oh, Mr. Cameron, before we move on, go ahead.
Yeah, now that we're talking ferries, where are we on the backup power generators for those ferries for emergency?
That is in our Phase 3 ferry project, and that's in design right now.
Okay. Yep. Thank you. Is it in the budget?
It is, yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's one of our capital projects. All right. So I'd like to just touch on the decision package. Public Works only had one decision package in this year's draft budget, and that was for $40,000 in the Environmental Services Division to add a scale attendant, an additional scale attendant at the Covanta Waste to Energy Facility. So the increase in staffing, the purpose of that is to ensure that we have someone at the scale during weekend hours. Currently, haulers log their weights on a piece of paper over the weekend, and they are entered by staff on the next business day. So it really is a trust sort of mechanism, and those logs play a big part in calculating the revenue that the county sees from that, or the disposal fee that we pay to Covanta. So that's part of the equation. This makes sure that we have a county staff member there observing and operating the scale just like on any other day. All right. So I'd like to take a few minutes to talk about the department's key accomplishments over the last year. So this begins on page 370 of the draft budget. All right, this year we've completed 96 miles of pavement preservation, and that's a combination of 21 miles of asphalt pavement overlays, 75 miles of chip seal overlay, and 13 miles of slurry seal. That is the largest program the county's executed since 1996 in terms of pure mileage. And a note that I'm proud of on the slurry seal program, we actually teamed with four of our cities. So it was there was us and 4 cities all together in one contract that the county developed, bid, administered. And the good thing about that was it gave those cities access to volume pricing on slurry seal they wouldn't have had in any other way. It took a little bit of extra time on our part, but the payoff for our partners, the cities, was really worth it. So we've gotten a lot of positive feedback about that type of an approach. We've completed 7 major capital projects. Like I said, there's 33 in the upcoming budget year, but those are almost always multi-year plans. We've completed 7 major capital projects in this current fiscal year. They include replacement of the Marion Creek Bridge on State and Marion Road. We completed paving and drainage improvements on the county's Silverton Road campus. We repaired the Shampooey Creek Bridge, which was damaged by a farmer operation, and restored the road to 2 lanes of travel for the first time in about 5 years. That bridge was restricted to 1 lane. We've completed safety improvements throughout the North Fork Road corridor, so that program is complete. And we've completed a series of all-road transportation safety projects that have added centerline rumble strips and profiled centerline striping to 71 miles of county roads. And that centerline rumble strip is a safety tool that we have not used in the past. That's now part of our toolbox, an important part of our toolbox, since distracted driving is becoming more and more of a traffic safety issue. All right. Our Building and Planning Division and Land Development Engineering permit sections have processed as large a volume of permit applications as they ever have in a single year. And while doing that, the permit processing time has decreased by 38%. So we're not perfect, and we're definitely pursuing some additional program improvements, but we're on the right track. Those two teams, like I said, are collaborating on implementing some additional customer service improvements over the coming year. Dennis has personally led efforts to modernize the county's fleet management program and fuel monitoring and dispensary systems, which has increased efficiency, reduced downtime, and really improved the customer experience in both those programs. We've expanded park services, improving amenities at North Fork and Scotts Mills parks, and 11 of our parks that were once seasonal only are now open year-round because of those improvements. And our Environmental Services Division has successfully processed a record volume of municipal solid waste along with our waste hauler partners. That group remains the industry leader in recycling and waste reduction initiatives and continue to make smart business decisions that reduce cost, increase revenue, and set the stage for the future of solid waste management in Marion County. All right, key indicators. So I'd like to focus on one key indicator this year. The Public Works budget plan includes a total of 9 key indicators. The one I'd like to talk about is number 3, Pavement Condition Index, and that write-up begins on page 373 of the draft budget. So Pavement Condition Index, that's an indicator that describes on average what the condition of your paved roads are throughout the county's 926 miles of paved roads. It is probably the data point that most directly gives you a sense of or reflects the overall health of the county's road system. An optimum PCI should be somewhere in the low 80s. That's about the right target point to maintain pavements that are safe and dependable without overdoing it, without putting more money in. That is really, industry says that's the optimum number to shoot for. As that number drops, the cost of maintenance increases, and the types of maintenance that you can do on it begins to narrow. So your options begin to narrow. This index is an important indicator of where our limited resources should be focused. And that indicator also ties to Marion County's goal, goal number 5, to provide a safe and efficient and reliable transportation system and maintain vital infrastructure in the best condition that available resources allow. For a little bit of perspective, in 1998, the county's PCI was 78, so right in that target range of 80. We went back over the last 10 years to see exactly what our PCI trends have been. So 20 years ago, our PCI was just on the underside of that target, right around 80. In 2008, our pavement condition index was 74. So a significant drop, and that was due in part to a decrease in funding that happened, a decreased investments in pavement resurfacing that happened around 2000. Between 2008 and today, our PCI has dropped down to 66 now. So we are beginning to enter the stage on average where pavements, we got to do a lot more work to maintain them and bring them up to a target PCI of 80 or above. And that, what we've been investing over the last 3 years has been about $5 million, somewhere between 5 with capital projects that improves some mileage of the road, somewhere between $5 to $7 million in resurfacing our existing roads. And by comparison, if you, in 1998, we spent about $8 million. Fast forward that to today's dollars, that's about $12.5 million. So in the mid-90s, the idea was that in today's dollars, about a $12 million program was what was needed in resurfacing to keep up with the maintenance needs of the roadway and keep those pavement PCIs in that target range, somewhere near 80. Right now, we're investing somewhere between $4 to $7 million. So we're about half of what we should be investing to maintain our existing network. That actually, as we look towards our future outlook, that's one of the issues that's going to drive some of our decision-making down the road. How do we, well, you know, we don't have the resources in the road fund to put flat out $12 million in overlays every year. There are so many draws on the road fund these days that didn't exist 20 to 30 years ago. Permit conditions that are directly applicable to road fund operations. So maintaining stormwater systems, maintaining the permits, those systems were much more simple back then. We didn't need staff to maintain them. Well, now we need staff to maintain those permit programs. Some of the technologies that were used then have now become more expensive, and we substituted new technologies. So trying to shoot for that $12 million range that is the sustainable in using the mid-90s mindset, it's a big, big challenge to get to a $12 million investment on resurfacing. So what we have done is combined all of our resurfacing programs into one coordinated program, and we have an engineering technician that is now responsible to plan and implement a 3 to 5 year program that includes all of our surface maintenance programs. So that includes asphalt overlays, as well as slurry seal and crack sealing and chip seal programs, plus the patching and thin overlay work that our patching crews, that our operations crews perform in-house. So 4 pieces of that puzzle. And with our new operations division manager, Scott Wilson, they're starting to dive into what is that right mix, given today's technology and how highly those new chip seal modified asphalts perform. Where do we need to be to get to the target range, the right mix of technologies and the right budget to maintain the system that we have for the long haul? So the budget plan for this year is to continue with the same budget investment that we have over the last 3 years, right around that $5 to $6 million mark in terms of capital project expenditure on maintenance, road maintenance. But over the course of the coming year, in preparation for next year's budget, we're going to be looking at those programs to try to right-size what our budget priorities are going to be in road maintenance.
Okay, so the follow-up to that, if you continue to spend $6 to $7 or $8 million per year, are you as part of that right sizing, will you be? I can see John shaking his head no. Will you be trying to project out what that will mean as far as the PCI index 3, 5, 7 years out?
Absolutely.
To see whether or not you're going,
indicator. Yeah.
whether you're going at a current level, down or up.
You know, on some of our more heavily traveled freight routes, boy, chip seals work really well because they really hold things together. It's surprising how resilient the new modified asphalts are. But what it doesn't do is keep the pavement underneath the chip seal from fatiguing and rubblizing. So what we're finding is, you know, I mentioned that as the PCI rate goes down, you have to look at more expensive treatments. We're now looking at having to go in and do wheel line grind and inlay. They've removed some of that highly fatigued asphalt, plug it, and then top it with a new layer of asphalt. That's the kind of additional expenses that the budget decisions over the last 20 years have brought us to. So yeah, it is a challenge that we're going to have to tackle over the next 10 years. Fortunately, House Bill 2017, one of the key objectives of that legislation was to provide the type of funding that would help local agencies maintain their systems in that way. So we're hoping to leverage those dollars for the best.
But it's an incremental increase in gas tax revenues. It's not an infusion of major dollars.
Nope, it is not. And it's only for a 10-year duration, and we are entering year 3 of that 10-year cycle.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr.
If I might, there's another problem here. We have a lot of catch-up to do because we spent so many years without the funds to do it. And the engineering takes time, and getting those projects ready to go takes time. So it's going to be a while, assuming we get the funding.
And the question is there other supplemental funding that needs to be provided to catch up if you see the trend is a downward trend?
Okay. Keep going.
All right. We would like to take a few minutes to talk about future outlook for the department, and now we'll complete our presentation. So Dennis, why don't you jump in and oh, actually, you know what? I do have some big picture perspective for the department before we talk about some of the specific funds. You know, I think one of the largest goals for the Public Works Department is to continue to build on the culture of public service that the department has. I have really been I've been happy with what I've seen from Public Works staff over the last 6 months, responding to that call about public service. When folks walk in the door, not just, well, when somebody walks in the door asking, well, what can we do to help you, right? And then sometimes those folks don't even know what the right question to ask to get to the answer that they're seeking. So being thoughtful and intuitive and trying to help people find the answers to the questions they have, even if they can't articulate those questions. That is a philosophy that my predecessor, Alan Haley, started the ball rolling on, and it's something that I'm committed to continuing into the future. I've been pretty happy with what I've seen from the department so far. We're going to talk about a few of the fund-specific outlooks, and then we'll take any final questions you might have.
Yeah, I'm cognizant of our time as well, so I'm probably going to skip over a couple of them, but I do want to speak to some of our bigger areas. In our operations, we are the caretakers of approximately a $2.5 billion transportation system, and we need to make sure we know everything that there is to know about our signage, drainage, signals, guardrails, bridges, and all the roadway apparatuses, including our fleet and radio equipment. We are using our various data and GIS tools to do this. Asset management has been and continues to be a critical component to the success of the department. While we have several databases to track our assets, they are not fully integrated asset management systems. We are working with an IT committee to review our asset management needs and hope that we can have a robust Public Works asset management system by 2021. This will help us ensure we are putting our money in the right place at the right time. In our admin section, we are looking forward to seeing what our facilities master plan brings to fruition with a presentation to the board on what our Silverton Road campus could look like in the coming years. In environmental services, outside of negotiating our largest disposal contract with Cavana, environmental services will be focused on the future in 3 key areas. The first is the solid waste management master plan. As previously mentioned, the current plan is 10 years old. The second is a facilities feasibility study. The Salem Kaiser Recycling and Transfer Station is at capacity. During the weekends, the wait can be over 45 minutes. The feasibility will help us determine if we need a new transfer station, and if so, where we should have it and what services should be provided. The third focus is on waste reduction. DEQ is requiring that we meet a 64% recovery goal by 2025. It is a lofty goal given the state of plastic recycling and dismal commodity rates. Organizations, however, are starting to come forward with new technology to advance our material recovery facilities and to increase the type of materials we can recycle. With that, I will pass it over to Brian.
All right. 3 other things I want to highlight. For the first time, Marion County is now fully certified to self-perform our own federal aid projects. So you've heard us talk about being a certified agency. Well, we weren't certified in every category of project delivery. For the first time, we now are, which means any federal aid project that comes to us, either from a federal agency or through ODOT, we can execute any phase of that project without any support by ODOT or any other agencies. That has really increased or really improved our ability to push projects out the door and get them built in a way that we never had before. We couldn't take a whole project before and just assign it to a contractor or award it to a consultant to deliver the entire project, and that greatly improves our volume, our capacity to push that work out the door and get projects done. So our rather modest investment in becoming a certified agency has really paid dividends from that perspective.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Kim.
Brian, how many other counties in Oregon are certified like that, do you know?
Lynn County.
I think in all there are about 11 local agencies between counties and cities that are close to being fully certified. I don't know, we may be only one of maybe 3 or 4 that truly are fully certified in all aspects of project delivery. Yeah.
Thank you.
And the final thing that I wanted to say, looking ahead, we are beginning this recruitment for a new building and planning division manager. And that person will be tasked with really advancing the vision of the future from a planning perspective, a land use planning perspective. That's going to be driving a lot of the work that we at Public Works do, that other departments around the county do, and that private industry does around the county to help support initiatives like affordable housing and other development initiatives. So that is something that is coming in, that's a big focus in the coming year. All right, I think we have taken up about all the time we were allotted. Any final questions before we wrap up?
Questions for Public Works? I think not.
Good job.
You good? Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Dennis.
And thanks
you,
for
Brian.
coming in early again. We appreciate it.
Oh, you bet,
And-
absolutely.
And bringing the guys as well. Appreciate that, too. Well, must be lunchtime. I think we should break. Now, everybody who is going to be here doesn't have to come from away. It's Jeff and Debbie and Colleen, I think, was upstairs. So let's take 1 hour for lunch. People can grab a bite, make their calls, get caught up, and we'll be back here at 1:20. Does that work for you guys okay? 1:20? 1:20. Okay. Okay, we will be in recess until 1:20.
You put Public Works up there and you got the whole
All right, good
budget.
afternoon. It's about 1:16, and we will reconvene this meeting of Marion County Budget Committee. For the record, over the lunch hour, we did receive a comment from the Commissioner and staff by email. Kay Rogers submitted a comment about the compensation for the district attorney. We'll include that in our deliberations and include that in the record. Next item on the agenda is capital improvement projects. And that you will find committee members in a separate binder.
We won't go quite there yet.
Oh,
Kenny Rogers.
Start with your budget binders.
what did I, what?
We'll start with the actual budget binder to begin with.
Oh, okay, okay. Let's do that.
Blue tab in the back.
Thought I was all ready.
Page 521.
Yep. Oh, yeah, in the blue tab in the back. Yes, thank you very much. Thanks, Jeff.
You read it already? No.
Chair Vance, Commissioners, members of the Budget Committee, I am Jeff White, Chief Financial Officer for Marion County. I'll let my partners introduce themselves here.
Colleen Coons-Chaffins, Business Services Director.
And Scott Emery, Information Technology Director.
We're going to be going over the capital budget items. I'll take the first part. Colleen will speak to the facilities items, and Scott will speak to the information technology items. So as mentioned, if you'll start on page 521, you'll see an organizational chart for how we track projects, at least the ones that we budget for in the capital improvement project funds. We have 3 funds. What you won't see here are the public works projects and a few other projects that are budgeted in some other funds with the sheriff's office. Actually, we'll address those here too, but they won't be in this section of the binder. So you'll see we have under one link there, the capital reserves. We have attempted to start a reserve fund. It's a little bit sad right now with only about $138,000 in it. We hope in the future to see that build up for future needs. But under capital projects, you'll see 6 programs. Sheriff's Office has been completed last year, so there's no budget this year in that program. Juvenile Campus Construction has a little bit of budget to finish up for this fiscal year 1920. And then the rest, and land improvements rarely has a capital project in it, but you'll see a small one this year. The other ones are our main funds for where we take care of our capital construction projects. If you'll turn to the next page, you'll see
On page 523, the summary of those programs and the budgeted items. As I mentioned, you'll notice like the sheriff's campus construction is 0. You can see the change and differences are primarily in those construction areas. There's a reduction in equipment that we'll address when we get to facilities and IT. On the next slide, you should see the Public Works Department total budget numbers. You should have seen, we won't be addressing those projects individually here, but that's in total they budgeted $23 million for capital outlay between their various programs. The most significant being the Public Works Road Fund. That's where that longer list of projects existed that you were looking at earlier today. On the next slide, you'll see some of the miscellaneous projects that, as I mentioned before, the first few projects, the K-9 replacement for patrol, we always budget for that case that they may need to replace one of their K-9s in the sheriff's office. The new project this year would be a side-by-side ATV vehicle that they want to use for some of their search and rescue. A couple of computer tablets for new ESSD vehicles. Over, I think, beginning in this year, they started purchasing vehicles. They intend to add 2 more to their fleet for the East Salem Service District and need those tablets to be installed there. With the completion of the anticipated new Juvenile Department Administration building, they'll need furniture. And now, as the new public safety building has been opened up in the courthouse, they've got old furniture there for the sheriff's employees that are still there, and they want to replace those. And typically, every year, you'll see a few washers and dryers they replace on every end-of-life cycle to keep those operational. That's the miscellaneous items that are typically the same year to year with a few additions. The page numbers on the bottom direct you to where you can find those within the budget document, but when we get to the smaller binder, it's a little more handy to find where those things are at. If we want to move to the next slide, this is where we'll turn it over to Mr. Emery to talk about the IT budget for 1920.
Again, good afternoon. On page 525, the Information Technology Department, in conjunction with department heads and elected officials, develop every year a 5-year technology roadmap to address both business and operational needs. This is the result of that for the next fiscal year. We have a total of 14 new and continuing projects for $6,582,115 in capital technology investments. This new investment reflects a 12.8% decrease over prior years, with the preponderance directed at remedying 2 specific areas of risk for the county. First, there are large business systems at risk due to obsolete equipment and rapidly diminishing support by the suppliers. In several cases, only a single person working for the supplier has the knowledge to keep these systems going. Further, many of the systems at risk hold sensitive information, and we're obligated to ensure that the information stays secure. Second, the ongoing effort to replace foundational computing infrastructure that has exceeded their life expectancy is a key focus. The department made significant strides in improving data and network security this year, and the focus next year will be on additional areas around computing systems themselves in the prevailing years. So I only want to highlight 4 of the key projects up here because they're really the most risk-prone and impact the business significantly. The first is the work to complete the district attorney's case management system. The replacement started in 2017 and will come in at a fixed price of $622,000. The performance of this project has been challenging, hampered by continuous vendor schedule slips and missed deadlines. When it was contracted, it was a 12-month project and is now forecasted to complete in 28 months, or more than double what we had planned. With an ongoing partnership between the DA's office and the legal department, we continue to stay focused on driving this effort to conclusion, but it is certainly at risk. Second project of note is the Health and Human Services Department electronic health record system replacement at an estimated $2.6 million. The system to be replaced contains over 258,000 records with an active patient count of over 68,000 citizens of the county, but does lack the ability to derive quality of care metrics that support higher reimbursement rates for the department, also known as meaningful use. This fiscal year, we have utilized an outside consulting firm to assist with determining the business requirements and plan to advance the effort to a competitive bid within the next 60 days. Third is the Sheriff's Office Record Management and Jail Management System, or what we call RMS-JMS. The replacement is assessed as a 10-year investment, with the first year estimated around $750,000. We plan on actually bringing the conclusion of competitive bid cycle within the next 60 days for this particular project. So we're very close to being on our way with this effort. And finally, this is the new one on the list. The county is initiating an effort to replace the assessor's office assessment and taxation system, estimated at $460,000. This system is critical to the county revenues for general funds, and the plan is to utilize an existing cooperative agreement held by other Oregon counties. And we kind of, we're still working on the start date, but we believe it's going to be a fall start date on this particular effort. Again, I'd like to thank all the departments working through the Information Technology Governance Committee and planning this set of complex and challenging technology investments to address infrastructure improvements as well as specific business needs. And certainly at this time, I'd be glad to answer any questions you have on the IT projects.
Mr. Cameron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Scott, can you go back, which is the one that's fumbling around?
DA case management. The DA system.
The DA system, and I'm looking for it in the little book here on the list. Is it not on here?
It's in the, should be on the existing system. Where
page
is it?
525.
It's, when you're in the overview, you'll see it's the fourth one down. If you're looking in the 5-year, are you looking in the 5-year workbook?
Yes.
Did you find the page?
Oh, I found it, yeah. Dave pointed it out to me. 507,000 is general, no, it's non-general fund budget estimate. That's the total for that project, or was that just what we have budgeted this year?
There's a fixed price agreement that caps out, I believe, at $622,000. In this particular year's budget, 507,000, as stated here, is the initial cost. This project was only supposed to be 12 months long, so we have to kind of keep pushing the dollars down the way. But then we also, when we do these contracts, we don't do a 1-year contract. We usually try to achieve a 5-year contract, which includes the ongoing support and maintenance to ensure that it's fixed, has a fixed price. So again, we have a not to exceed on this particular project.
So with the slide and implementing the system, does that push their maintenance agreement out another year or 2 years?
It does. It's not effective until we actually have the go-live date. And in this particular case on that project that, as you said, is not being as productive as it could be, we keep going through and doing an amendment on the contract with the vendor to make sure we keep everything ticked and tied. So we've got legal involved, and as well, of course, obviously, ahead of our DA, working with that vendor to make sure that we keep it in check and make sure it's, benefit to the county.
So I guess it's never simple, but is the simple question I want to ask, is it the vendor that's got a problem here, that can't perform to the expectation?
Yes, I'm going to say publicly, yes, that is the case. It is vendor performance. I will note that this vendor is growing significantly. They're in a key niche area. Their product is well-liked, but they started off as a young company and are growing rapidly.
Last question, have we paid them anything?
No, sir. This is a fixed-price contract due upon go-live. We
Okay.
don't have as much leverage with this kind of contract from a timeline perspective. Typically, we make progress payments along the way, so we have some leverage to make sure the vendor's performing. In this case, we don't pay until it goes live, but the question is how long is it going to take us to get to that point?
So there's no discount in the payment for not to perform within a certain window?
Correct. And we are working with legal counsel to find some forms of performance measures that we're trying to negotiate with the vendor.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, so it's clear, this is a general fund cost. It's been put in the capital fund, but it is a general fund cost.
Let me help clarify that a little bit. The way that we track general fund or non-general fund is based on current year.
Right.
So the project was funded last year. It becomes a net working capital carryover, which is why you see non-general fund.
Right.
But initially, yes.
It was general fund money, okay.
But we haven't used it yet.
Which drawer in your office is the money in?
I'm not going to tell you.
Thank you, good.
Okay, thanks, Scott.
You bet.
right, we can talk about facilities projects. First, I'd like to acknowledge the work of the project team, Larry, Terry, and Kevin, who have once again proved that we are a team who can deliver projects on time, on budget, and within scope. They're also supported by two behind-the-scenes people, Andrew and Mona, who keep track of all the data, tying it together to provide us with information to know what projects are tasked to attack next, and I'll talk more about life cycle in a little bit. The non-departmental capital begins on page number 523. 524 there, and buildings and building improvements on page 524. Annual budget, there's kind of a couple different things. So let me just go through this slide here that you see on the overview. There are some continuing projects of $1.5 million. The jail parking lot paving is $618,000, and we're just getting that underway. The jail boiler replacement is underway, but the board committee approved those funds last week. Health roof replacement has been deferred, and if you have questions about that, we can talk about that. The audible fire alarm is underway. We have the design now. Actually, they're coming in next week and beginning the project, so that should be wrapped up by this winter. The jail fire alarm has been completed. The transition center fire alarm is completed, and the courthouse sidewalk is completed because they were completed with other projects. So if you walk over in front of the courthouse, you'll see the new sidewalk. New projects, if you could go back one sec. New projects, there's 4 new projects. Actually, I can go back there. They're pretty small ones. There's the dog walking yard, which is the one that Jeff referenced, is in the land and building improvements. That's the $9,416. The dog kennel grills is for the cover. It's the top covers that go on top of the kennels because dogs are climbing and jumping over top of a 6-foot kennel. So we're going to put grills on top of that. That's $11,348. Jail administration fire sprinkler system is due to go in. We're finishing up a project in the jail annex now. As soon as that's finished, then this fire sprinkler system will be going in tandem with that. The jail transition center juvenile detention lock replacement, there's funds designated this year and then a bulk of it for next year. We're in the design phase. I'm waiting on the final report from our consultants to tell us the scope of work that we need to put into an RFP. We did hear about a procurement of a company. It's the new Sourcewell contract that is basically a, what's the word I'm looking for? Cooperative, yes, thank you. Cooperative that we may be able to join. It just depends on the proprietary nature of the systems and how that integrates with our building systems, and we'll evaluate that when we get there. So that's $535,000 for this coming year. And I believe in next year it's around $2.3 million for completion. And what that does is basically all the electronic locks will get replaced, and there's 3 different types of doors, so that's part of the scope is what type of door, what type of lock, and how does it integrate, if it integrates with the IT. We're working closely with Scott on this project also, so that we're making sure we're crossing our T's and dotting our I's. So the major capital projects we've just talked briefly about is the juvenile campus construction. So I've been sending the board those observation reports that Kevin reports on weekly, and that building is coming along great, and Troy mentioned that in his remarks to you. Kevin has been doing an awesome job keeping accountability with our contractor. Our contractor, T.S. Gray, is actually doing a really great job. If you drive by, you'll see the steel. There's a lot of steel on site. The foundations are being poured. We've got a few to finish, but that'll be finished here in the next couple weeks, and you'll be able to see more going on. So that's been going really well. And the sheriff's budget, the sheriff's campus, if I could talk about that, we completed that last year. We moved in late August. Everything's going really well. Today, we're just wrapping up warranty items that are no cost to us, but they're just warranty, small things that when we do an annual walkthrough, we say, these are some things before our warranty runs out we want to be addressed. So, for example, we're having problems with one lighting sector that we're trying to find a troubleshoot. And that's all under warranty, doesn't cost us anything. We're just trying to figure out why it's timing off sooner than it does. So there's those kind of things that we're dealing with. So that wraps up the majority of the projects. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Questions for Colleen?
Probably not a question, but nice work for you and your crew and all these projects that we've been putting money into and getting done. And Kevin, I see him sitting out there and all the work that your crew's doing. Colleen, it's been great.
Thank you. Thank you for your support and just getting these things done. And we'll talk more as we go into about how our cyclical processes are coming in, our life cycle, and how that's in with our capital planning. We started this year to a capital planning group similar to an ITGC, where we have all the capital people come together. We talk about what projects they have, how we're implementing that, and what staging we're at and how they're going. We're looking at our life cycle planning, and actually, we just started it's called a code that we're putting on all of our. Now we can just scan our code. It's going on all of our equipment, so all that equipment, when the guys are out in the field, they can scan it from their app on their phone, and the scan tells them the manual, tells them here's the maintenance schedule for it. So when they're out in the field in their designated buildings, we're becoming very smart in how we're looking at what this equipment does. And now we get these printouts and reports of here's what's coming next, get these done. They're assigned by our maintenance supervisor, Terry, who does an awesome job with our with our crew and getting them out there. And so it's been really interesting to see. We're hitting around 65% of our preventive maintenance. While we'd like that to be higher, we are trying to deal with some of these older systems and just continuing their maintenance of them. And I don't want to replace them before they have to be replaced, but we want to replace them before they become a problem. And so those are some of the strategies we're looking at.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, if I might comment?
Yes, indeed, by all means.
I mentioned this a little bit in my opening remarks for my budget message, but this is a good example. I mean, Colleen and her staff have done a great job with this. I don't think we give them enough credit for all the building and stuff we've done. One of the things I wanted to talk about was a lot of these, like the transition center, the jail, this building, were all done without professional project management. And we don't do that anymore. And thanks to Kevin, who is a professional project manager, we're doing a much better job. You can look at some of the things that were built in the jail that never should have been done that way. And now we're rectifying a lot of that. You heard about the boilers, for example. They were stacked one on top of the other, and one leaked and ruined the one below. So, and the piping was not proper either. So I think if I can leave you with one thing about our buildings, professional project manager is a must. And Kevin does a great job with it.
Questions, I think.
If there's no questions, I'm going to just provide a couple of pieces of summary information, for ways you can look at this. If you go to page 535 in your budget binder, that page summarizes all of the capital outlay budgeted in the 1920 budget by fund. So you can see we're looking at 36.3 million countywide in capital outlay. The bulk of it clearly is in public works at almost 3 million. In our capital funds, almost 13 million. And then those three small projects we talked about, the ATV, the dog, and the the tablets for ESSD down there in the sheriff's office funds. So as far as budget approval, or when you do that, here's one way to look at where things are budgeted throughout this document. This small binder now is not part of the budget document. This is really for information only, as a way to find the different projects. If you start with the summary tab, you can look at every project we have listed as part of that 36 million for 1920. To the right, it will tell you what page number you can find it on in the budget book, if you want to look at it specifically. And Commissioner Cameron, as you were mentioning, you can find whether it's non-general fund or general fund budgeted, remembering that some of it may have been general fund budgeted in a prior year. We call it non-general fund for the current year. If you then behind there under information technology, business services, and public works, you'll see the schedule of projects for 1920 with a little bit more explanation. And if there are other costs associated, Mr. Emery mentioned there might be some future maintenance costs, or some of the departments will show you how much cost there is in staff time related to it. Those are costs that aren't budgeted as a separate item. They're just included so you know the overall cost of the project. Behind the 1920 year, you'll see the future 4 years. As a reminder, as the budget process, these are requests that are submitted. We don't really prioritize years 2 through 5. We don't do a lot of in-depth looking at those projects. We just want to have them out there to know that we've got to be thinking about them in the future. If you go back to other departments, that's where you'll find the sheriff's office and anything else that might be a small project to add. That's page 38. And finally, if you'll jump ahead then to page, I want to go to page 42. Here's where we make an effort to list the projects line by line with those future years included, so you can kind of take a one-stop look. So if you look on page 42 and you drop down about the 5th line, facility low voltage network data network rewire, that might be the 6th line. You'll see $658,000 budgeted for 1920, but Scott has estimated there's going to be another $391,000 the following year and $449,000 the year after that to really complete that project. Those funds aren't committed by any means in the 1920 budget, and we'll be dealing with those in the future. But you can kind of get a look at if there are projects that are multi-year. And if you'll jump ahead to...
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir. 1 minute.
Jeff, you just said they're not committed, even though it says it's budgeted 1920?
1920, yes.
Okay, so those are, the 658, for example,
Yes.
is committed.
Yes, 1920.
The future years, we haven't committed.
No,
Okay,
we have
great,
not,
thank
not
you.
until we get to those years. Then if you look at page 45, these are public works projects that kind of go back a little bit because some of these projects have been going on for years in the past. We've tried to incorporate some project costs. If you look at the Marion Creek Bridge, it's about 10, 11 or so down. You'll see 1819 was 989,000. Project to date, another 525,000 in the 1819 year actual. The approved budget amount of 1.66, and that looks like it should be finished in 1920 with a small amount left over. It's a little bit more in depth for those public works projects just to see past, current, and into the future. And then finally, I would just take you to the very back page, page 48, where we try to accumulate this information and numbers for the future. And it always looks gigantic and unfundable. Not all these projects we won't be able to do. If you look, there's total non-general fund of $147 million, general fund of $22 million for a total of $170 million. Many of those projects aren't going to be able to be completed or accomplished. There's a need out there, and in the future years we'll look at what are the priorities, bring those to the Budget Committee and the Commissioners, look at funding possibilities and prioritize those that we can. But it kind of gives you a sense of what departments feel like they need into the future. So again, this is not part of what you adopt. It's more for you to have some information and for us to use for future year planning.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Willis.
Jeff, on I really appreciate where you show us sort of the 5-year summary and the different projects. It looks like there's been at least an initial prioritization of projects. I'm on page 42 and then 44. How does that prioritization happen? So how do you decide which projects are going to make the 1920 budget, which ones are going to go 2021, 21-22? Looks like there's groupings of projects that kind of got separated by year.
At least to begin with, each of these folks work with the departments to receive all those requests in and determine what they feel like is the priority for 1920, what can be postponed, and that's based on they can probably speak about that better, but they've got numerical factoring and how they do it and business case modeling and all that to come to as best they can, an agreement with the departments, and then using their expertise determining, maybe a department might think this is a 1920 project, but in the scheme of this list, it isn't. It's a 2021 project. It just isn't going to fit in that priority. At that point, it comes to the budget team, and largely Mr. Latimer and Jan start prioritizing with what they know are county priorities and what we can show them as funding availability. And it becomes a match the dollar with the project, trying to align with the priorities that they've identified.
Okay.
After that, it just, things that don't make the cut this year get slipped to year 2, because we'll go through that process again in year 2. And then 3, 4, and 5 are just what people have put out there as, I know I want this someday, not a huge priority today, but we'll put it out there on the list and see if it sticks.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
I don't know if you want to speak any more to your specific.
I can. We use a life cycle costing analysis that links our capital expenditures with all the criteria. Our criteria is an industry standard that we use out of International Facilities Management Association and BOMA, which is Building Owners Management Association. So we look at those standards. Those standards include criteria of age, condition, return on investment, and fire life safety needs. So fire life safety usually has this higher ranking. We give that a 1 because that's a priority compared to a 4. So they all get that priority. We, as I stated earlier, we did have a capital planning team this year where we shared that criteria, asked departments for their feedback on that, and then our capital team sits together and looks at that criteria, puts it in a schematic and total it out, and that's how things get prioritized. We'll double check back with the departments and say, this is where we think this is. And when we talk to John and Jan and the budget committee about that, then we can talk further about that priority.
Great.
Mr. Chair, there's another piece to that, too. When I first came here, we were building stuff. We weren't maintaining stuff. One of Colleen's clear directions to her staff was, we're going to maintain the stuff we have, and we will then contract with people to build. And that's made a big difference in how we can plan our needs for capital projects.
I think Scott can address the IT.
Yeah, and actually, it's very similar to what you've already heard. First, we do a scoring on the business side to understand the relative nature of and how it impacts. Is it impacting one department or multiple departments is like part of the questionnaire. The other aspect is the dimensions around technology and architecture. So we try to get both factors in to help at least do some initial rank order. But then we put it against strategic themes. So for example, with our health record systems, maybe even our RMS, JMS with the Sheriff's Office, they're highly dependent on data networks. Well, if we haven't replaced and upgraded our data networks, then we have to sequence the work. So it's a combination of getting those business factors, technology factors, but then looking at obsolescence and seeing how we're going to be able to line up the work and get those investments. I know Commissioner Renatano pointed out in other meetings about the fact that as soon as we buy all this equipment around network, we're going to have to do it 5 years again. That's part of the life cycle replacement. And I also know with Commissioner Willis that you also noted that every 5 years we should be looking at our systems applications to see if we can actually do better. And this is the whole notion of saying why wait to the end, like on facilities. We should always be looking to see if we can get more efficiency out of our systems, and even if that means changing platforms every 5 years. So I think there's been some very valuable insights just coming back from the commissioners that help us along the path.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Could I ask Scott one of the things I talked about in my budget message was this whole thing with moving from Cat 5 to Cat 6. And I don't really know why, but we're going to have to do that in all of our buildings, and maybe he could explain that.
Can I answer the PERS question from earlier this morning? So if you think about a pipe, no different from our public works department, you only put so much water down a pipe, and over time those pipes become bigger. In essence, at a point in time, especially with technology turning so quick, we start to see those pipes of old are a little too tight. We talked this morning about the fact that we're actually able to now work with citizens and actually have physicians talk to them in real time with video chat. Well, that requires a wider pipe. We're talking now, in the future, in and around not only the video that's internal to the county, but also within the sheriff's car, body cams, jail cams. That requires bigger pipes. And unfortunately, it's part of like kind of that facility conundrum, which is if you wait to you defer that investment, it will come back to you and it usually ends up costing more. So we obviously want to stay current. We think this will give us another at least 7 to 10 years in doing the rewiring of specific key buildings. It's just by the nature of point in time in that facility, we were putting in smaller pipes.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a follow-up on this? So why are we building infrastructure for some of this stuff? Some of this stuff could run over Comcast pipes or whatever the internet is that the general public uses. Is that right?
Well, so that's a good insight because we do use a number of commercial providers to help us do remote connections. By and large, when we start talking about the big pipes that interconnect our 7 primary campuses, we use something called dark fiber. And what that basically means, right now it's free from Comcast. It's fiber they're not currently using. The plan is for next year, as part of the budget process, is to move over to City of Salem dark fiber, where again, we'll pay a reasonable fee that's much less expensive than it is if we go to a commercial carrier. So there's, in the buildings themselves, we have, to your desk and what have you, we have small pipes that run throughout the building that have to connect to the bigger pipe and the bigger system. For example, our connection to the outside world, to the internet, actually goes through the city's data center, which then connects to the state of Oregon. So it's a series of pipes, and depending on where you're at, we are working and changing all those pipes kind of in parallel. So there is a lot of work going on, but the one specifically for this project that's been identified is for rewiring the buildings themselves. And when we own those facilities, we have an obligation to make sure that they stay current.
And my question is, like, and I realize this is a much different scale, but when I or a citizen calls up Comcast and says, I want the internet to come to my house, the Comcast person actually comes out and the fiber actually comes to my house and they, put a hole in my wall and pull the fiber through and plug it into the router right. So why are we,
doing our own?
Well, yeah. Why are we doing? Yeah. Why is the internet company not doing that for us?
The premium. It's usually at least a 10x proposition. Mm-hmm. We do use those commercial carriers for those very remote places where we don't have those common connections. We are fortunate to be in a very strong area from the standpoint of federal funds that come in, both for the state and for the city of Salem, to be able to leverage their infrastructure. So it's much more affordable for the county. That's the simple answer. Yeah. It's like we save a lot of money.
Got it. Thank you.
We worked on this, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Willis, when we were trying to get Comcast a new contract, and they wanted an exorbitant amount of money for their dark fiber, and it would have been so expensive that we couldn't afford it.
Okay. Other questions? Hearing none.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Send. That's it. Debbie, you're next. All right.
Good afternoon, Debbie Gregg, Budget and Grants Manager. I am here to recap the last day and a half we've had here. But I just want to take a second to give a shout out to my team in the back, Alicia Henry, Daniel Adato, and Lynn Coburn behind the monitor there. Give us a wave. There you go. They're fantastic. This budget book and these 2 days couldn't have happened without them. They are the heart and soul of the budget documents and analysis and forecasting, and I just wanted to say a very special thank you to them and all their hard work, blood, sweat, and tears at times, especially when we had last-minute budget adjustments from I won't say whom to push through, but they're fantastic and the dream team, and so I'm very appreciative of that. So with that.
Thank you for your work. Appreciate it.
As a reminder, the Budget Committee meetings were properly noticed according to local budget law in both the newspaper and online. And there were 2 opportunities to provide public comment. The 1920 budget has been available for public review, both in the board's office and online. We began the Budget Committee meetings with Mr. John Latimer's budget officer message, who provided an overview of his proposed budget and discussed a brief look at the past, a look towards the future. He discussed external budget drivers such as the PERS and health costs that we're incurring, some program highlights, the 27 decision packages that were approved, and then we just heard about our capital improvement projects. Over the last day and a half, you heard budget presentations from 15 different departments who discussed the significant changes of their budget amounts, personnel positions, various program activities and highlights, and any decision packages that were approved. We also reviewed the non-departmental, like I said, in the capital budgets, and our countywide capital outlay for fiscal year 1920 is $36 million. The budget's been presented primarily over 97 different programs. We approved the budget by fund, so we have 35 funds, and again, reference at the beginning of my presentations, the table 43 that's in this that displays the budget by fund and by department, and that's how we approve it. The total county proposed budget is $445 million, with 1,507 full-time equivalent positions. The general fund proposed budget is $103 million. We discussed the current year property tax revenue increase at 4.3%, which is the primary driver for the budget driver for the general fund. That tax revenue makes up about 74% of the general fund, and the majority of those funds go towards public safety, about 77% of the budget. And just a reminder that the Board of Commissioners are scheduled to adopt the budget according to Oregon local budget law on June 19th. And if you have any questions.
I'll just make one comment. I just dug out the summary. You mentioned Rich Meinecker the other day, and I remember Rich used to make a regular little placemat out of this thing, and we have it in front of us. And looking at it now, I kind of miss that multicolored placemat. This, I think, is easy to read, but that was always very nice. Questions or comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Debbie, you mentioned our general fund is made up of property tax revenue, and of the total general fund, it's 74%.
Yes.
And of our general fund, we spend 77% on public safety.
Correct.
So we spend more than our property tax revenue on public safety.
That is correct.
I just remember always saying we spend 70% of our general fund on public safety, but I never really thought of it that the property tax revenue doesn't even cover our public safety budget.
That's correct.
And then how many FTEs did you say? 1,700?
1,500, excuse me.
15
1,507 for the 1920 budget, yeah.
Okay. All funds was 445?
Yes.
And 103?
455, 270.
455?
455.
It's 455?
Yeah.
Oops, typo.
Mr. Chair?
Thank you.
If I may, Debbie,
Sure.
I have a question that I kind of apologize for in advance because I'm not sure I have the answer for it. I was kind of thumbing through the book previously, and I think this is right. I just want to double check it, but what I was confused about is it looks like the Sheriff's Department and Health and Human Services have roughly the same resources. Is that right? But the Health Department has about 100 more FTE, and I was wondering if you could explain that to me, because it seemed
jail
confusing to me.
That's fine. That's fine.
Trying to flip to a spot where I can,
So I'm at 211 is one page I'm looking at, and 416 is the other page.
okay.
Further questions or comments?
I'm sort of in the middle of a question here.
Oh, I'm
So
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Yeah, no, I
We're
apologize.
waiting for the other end of the ship here for a minute.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've got a comment or two as well.
Yeah, that's correct. So health, their budget's 73 million, for 50 FTE.
The
Sheriff's Office, 71 million, with roughly 357
Yeah.
FTE.
Is that strange that the budgets are about the same, but there's about 100 more FTE in health?
Some of it is the benefits costs and PERS costs related to law enforcement are much higher than they are for other employees. It may be part-time people that the health department employs versus full-time employees in public works, or in the sheriff's office.
And I would say too, I'm just double checking some
Make a great analyst,
numbers.
wouldn't he?
Yeah, the personnel, I think, is a huge driver in that. There's other costs, police, the sheriff has a ton of cars, vehicles and things, that we have to pay for deputies. That's a great question, and maybe we can follow up with some analysis on the why
That'd be
behind
great.
that.
The general
Sure,
costs,
appreciate it.
other than personnel for a deputy, are pretty high, because they have a lot of equipment that goes for every position, from radios to phones to the equipment in their cars. And so per person, it's much more expensive in addition to their salaries.
Well, in addition, you're going to see differences in overtime costs.
Yeah.
The health department, a smaller number than what you can see in the sheriff's office, where they have
I
fill
believe
shifts at the
Yeah.
jail.
Yeah.
Much different funnel for where their funding goes to.
It used to be even worse. When we had 8-hour shifts in the jail, they had overtime that was just unbelievable. And we switched to 12-hour shifts, and it really cut down on those costs quite a bit.
Do we have again, I apologize ahead of time. Do we have like a line item for overtime in this budget?
There is,
somewhere?
yes. For the sheriff's office specifically, or for the entire?
We can start with the sheriff's office,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, so you can probably see that back in the detail section of the back half of the sheriff's office budget. So that really starts on page 458 in the requirement section, kind of the expenses. In the personnel, if you go down to about, where is it? About half, 3/4 of the way down, there's premium pay.
Yep.
That's what we budget for overtime.
Okay.
And there's also some court time costs, different, various things like that. And that is one of the things I noticed between those two budgets, between health and sheriff's office, is that personnel, sheriff's office is actually a couple million higher than than health's personnel. So
Got it.
there is some,
Thank you.
reasoning behind that.
And just in positions, the employees of the health department compared to the employee salary at the sheriff's office is going to be disparate too. Lower paid positions in the health department, a lot of those, they're going to have a lot more department specialist positions, a lot of positions out in the field compared to an officer's salary. So
The
you're
average
gonna
pay
get-
is much higher.
Yes.
Is that
Pardon
right?
me?
The average pay is much higher in the sheriff's
Yes,
department.
yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Other comments?
No.
Questions
Thank
for
you.
Debbie? Anything else you want to tell us?
I just want to give you a quick little fun fact about John Latimer here.
We're waiting for
So, right. So actually, no, it's good. So I actually started my career as a staff auditor at the Secretary of State Audits Division, and the director that hired me was Mr. John Latimer. So I owe him a debt of gratitude for setting me on a career path that I thoroughly enjoy. I never knew that I would enjoy enjoy government so much. I never knew I would enjoy government finance even more. So I really love my job, and it came full circle for me when an opportunity came here at the county 4 years ago for me to step into a county position here. And so to come back and then see that John Latimer is the CAO, and I got to work with him so much this past 2 years on the budget side of things, has been just really amazing and fun, and I just wish him the best, and I just want to thank him for the influence he's had on my career, and I couldn't think of any other career to be in, so.
So you can see how I have a great eye for good people.
Boy, I don't know if it's luck or skill, but I appreciate it, whichever it is.
Well, there's Jan, I mean, come on.
Mr. Chair, the only issue is he can't pick the electeds.
That's the
Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be here.
Oh, you're his favorite.
But I'm having more fun with Colin.
Yeah.
It's because we fight more.
He's new and not used to you yet.
John's just a sucker for a good argument.
He knows how much I say no.
I almost wanted to ask Debbie that. I said, he hasn't come into your office and closed the door yet, has he?
No.
Oh, okay, well.
Wait for it.
I only do that with you, Mr. Commissioner.
Quit turning right in the.
So any further discussion?
I think there were several things that came up during the departmental presentations of items that may wish to be considered during the next 3 to 6 months. And just to note that is something that we as the Budget Committee don't need to deal with right now, that those can be handled by the Board of Commissioners as part of a supplemental budget process, as there's more detail about what the revenue sources are and information that is available to make decisions on everything from the G-Pod to some of the other capital acquisitions that need to be made during the course of the year. And
Not only that, but I don't have to deal with it either.
No, you don't.
So we'll do that as a supplemental note, and then we'll get back to it, Jeff, when we call the meeting in the fall or whenever the next get together, or at any other time you would need to call the Budget Committee together. We stand ready to meet with you. Okay. Thank you, David. Commissioner Cameron, anything else?
No, really good process. Just always impressed with all the detail and the information that we get. And I would agree with David that we've got some things we got to talk about and deal with, but we always do, and we get through it.
Mr. Brentano.
I'd like to say something brilliant, but it's just not coming.
Well, that's all right.
No, I'm pretty happy going through the process, everything. I feel everything's in control and thought out, and I don't know where else you'd want to be or it could be better, so I'm pretty happy. Good for
You know, Mr. Chair, I said this in my budget message, but we've been really lucky in the years I've been here. We've had such a good budget committee. The folks, the non-commissioners on the budget committees have all paid attention and been very good part of our process.
Yeah.
And I thank them.
Yeah. It's developed into a real good, supportive partnership to get things done. It's a real, come here to work and get it done. Yeah.
So this is my third time through these binders and books, and
It's gotten easier.
it's good. I really enjoy this, and I kind of commented when I put John Latimer on my Facebook yesterday that because I know he likes this.
Speaking of
I really, both as a citizen and as a state representative, this process has been really important to me to understand how our county really gets into the weeds on some of the stuff, and I just walk away so impressed by the department heads and the presentations and just how smoothly, it feels smooth to me. It may not be smooth to you guys, but it is excellent. So thank you all very, very much. Take a picture. Am I going on somebody's Facebook?
You put John on Facebook. I've made so many comments, I think. You've probably heard enough from me today, but I've learned a lot, and I appreciate your work. I just want to say again how impressed I am by our finance team and our budget team. So thank you all.
Well, I will make a comment, and it sort of is a follow-on to my comment about the old placemat that Rich Meinecker used to make. And I also remember bringing in the carts with all of the budget books. And to have now, after 15 years of developing staff and skill and people in the right mix, to come down to a place where it, and there are, I suppose, if Scott was still here, so how many data points are, how many 100,000 data points are in these books? And to be able to put all of that together over the last 6 or 8 months, however long you have people working on this, when you first start budget proposals and budget meetings and budget hearings, and to have it all come together into a binder that's easy enough to follow, and it really does contain all of that information that used to be carried on all of those racks, and people come in prepared to really make meaningful statements about what they're doing, and it actually is efficient government to the best, I think. You talk about an effective and efficient process, and I think this is a quintessential example of an effective and efficient process in government.
Mr. Chair, I don't think it's going to change either, because we have such good quality staff here that they will continue to innovate and make it better, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'll be watching.
From that ladder when you're painting or whatever you'll be doing. Or maybe you could get on Facebook and keep eyeing them during the...
So,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if
Yes.
there are no other comments from members of the committee, I'd like to, let's move us through the process.
All right, sir.
I would make a motion to approve the tax rate, which is the first thing that needs to get done. And I would move that the Marion County Budget Committee approve an ad valorem property tax rate of $3.0252 per $1,000 of assessed valuation for fiscal year 2019-2020.
Been moved before us to approve the tax rate of 3.0252. Any
I'll second the motion.
second? Thank you, sir. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Mr.
Anyone
Chair, if I
else?
could have one comment.
Yes,
It's the
sir.
same tax rate we had when I started.
And it is the
hasn't
permanent
changed.
tax rate.
It's our permanent tax rate. It isn't going to change.
But through efficiencies, so anyone opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. There is one more motion to
And-
entertain, and that is the approval.
And Mr. Chair, I'd also
Okay.
move that the Marion County Budget Committee approve the fiscal year 2019-2020 budget in the amount of $455,271,158 by fund as presented by the budget officer, and forward that fiscal year 2019-2020 approved budget to the Marion County Board of Commissioners for hearing and consideration.
You've heard the motion to approve the budget as presented by the budget officer. Is there any further discussion? Oh, did I get a second? I'm sorry.
I
Second.
will if it
Okay,
wasn't.
thank you, Sam. Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries.
And Mr. Chair, before you adjourn, I did not say anything before to say thank you to Mr. Latimer. John, I wanted to thank you I think you are going to leave a legacy for the county as far as for the staff and for, I think, the board and for budget committee members. We all appreciate the service you've given to the community, to the public, and to the citizens of Marion County. I think it's been, you've done a wonderful job.
Thank you,
Amen.
Dave.
Amen. And I'll second that motion. Absolutely. I agree. Next item then is a motion to adjourn.
I move that we adjourn.
Moved and seconded that we adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none.
I'm kind of having a lot of fun.
I didn't vote. That's a new concept I learned. You don't vote.
Any abstentions? Although
Aye.
we are adjourned. Thank you very much.